لا يريد يروح عيط اسمه.
Good morning, everyone. We are just waiting for some other participants to join, and we will start the meeting in a moment. Thank you for your patience. Excellencies, Special Rapporteur, distinguished colleagues, representatives of the civil society, ladies and gentlemen. I hereby open the third meeting of the Africa Middle East Regional Forum on Minority Issues. It is my honor to welcome you all to what we hope will be a very productive and interesting 2 days. I would like to remind all participants that simultaneous interpretation is available in Arabic, Amazigh, English, French, and Arabic Sign Language. The interpretation function is available on the Zoom platform. Please read the Zoom user guide on how to use the function or contact the organizers on the platform if you require assistance. All statements and interventions can be made in any of these languages. This is the third Africa Middle East Regional Forum on Minority Issues, convened since the establishment of the annual Forum on Minority Issues by the Human Rights Council in Geneva. I would like to thank in particular the UN Special Rapporteur on Minority Issues, Dr. Fernand de Varenne, for organizing the regional forum. It is my pleasure to first give the floor to Mr. Abdel Karim Boujradi, Secretary General of the Interministerial Delegation for Human Rights, Kingdom of Morocco.
Merci, chère madame. Monsieur le rapporteur spécial, mesdames et messieurs, c'est un immense plaisir pour moi de prendre part à ce forum régional Afrique-Moyen-Orient sur les minorités, qui coïncide bien évidemment avec la célébration du 30e anniversaire de la Déclaration des Nations Unies sur les minorités. Je saisis cette occasion pour féliciter le professeur Fernand de Varenne, rapporteur spécial des Nations Unies sur les minorités, pour son engagement depuis sa nomination en 2017, aussi bien par ses rapports thématiques que par l'organisation des forums annuels qui leur sont dédiés. L'accueil du Royaume du Maroc de ce troisième rendez-vous reflète son engagement de coopération avec l'ensemble des parties prenantes, et plus particulièrement avec le système des Nations Unies pour la promotion et la protection des droits humains. Et en relation avec la thématique de notre forum, le Maroc a accueilli en 2012, le 4 et 5 octobre, l'atelier final qui a clôturé les travaux de plusieurs ateliers d'experts des hauts commissariats des droits de l'homme tenus à Genève, Vienne, Nairobi, Bangkok et Santiago, lesquels se sont couronnés par l'adoption du plan d'action de Rabat sur l'interdiction de l'appel à la haine nationale, raciale ou religieuse, qui constitue une incitation à la discrimination, à l'hostilité ou à la violence. 10 années bientôt se sont écoulées depuis l'adoption du plan d'action de Rabat. Ce document demeure toujours d'actualité en tant que guide utile pour faire la discrimination entre un discours acceptable et un discours qui peut être une incitation selon les propres propos de Madame la Haute Commissaire aux droits de l'homme. Plus récemment, exactement en juillet dernier, la ville de Fès a accueilli un symposium international de haut niveau pour célébrer le 5e anniversaire de l'adoption de la déclaration et du plan d'action pour les chefs et acteurs religieux visant à prévenir l'incitation à la violence pouvant conduire à des atrocités criminelles, le plan d'action de Fès. Cet événement a été l'occasion pour faire le bilan de sa mise en œuvre et de lui insuffler une nouvelle dynamique. Mesdames et messieurs, nous vivons une période de l'histoire marquée par des phénomènes naturels inédits, notamment les changements climatiques, qui provoquent des dérèglements des modes de vie de plusieurs millions de personnes. Ajoutez à cela plusieurs conflits inter- et intra-étatiques. L'ensemble contribue d'une manière ou d'une autre à nourrir des environnements hostiles où les droits les plus élémentaires des populations affectées sont violés. De même, diverses épidémies et pandémies mettent en péril la vie, la santé et les moyens de subsistance des populations les plus vulnérables, dont bien évidemment font partie les minorités qui sont au demeurant généralement doublement affectées par ces phénomènes. Les droits de l'homme, faut-il le rappeler, sont universels, indivisibles, inaliénables et inhérents aux êtres humains, indépendamment de leur nationalité, de leur sexe, origine nationaux ou ethnique, couleur, religion, langue ou toute autre situation. Par conséquent, toute atteinte à un groupe de personnes est une atteinte à l'humanité dans tout entière. La situation des minorités interpelle notre communauté internationale dans sa globalité, laquelle est appelée à prendre les mesures urgentes qui s'imposent afin de garantir que nul ne soit laissé pour son compte à cause de son appartenance à un groupe minoritaire. Ce forum régional doit être un moment de réflexion approfondie, non seulement sur les recommandations qui seront formulées, mais aussi sur l'adoption et la mise en place d'un agenda de mise en œuvre à travers d'éventuels mécanismes internationaux efficaces de concertation entre les États à même de prévenir ces violations et de réfléchir sur des solutions durables dans le respect des droits de l'homme et en harmonie avec les objectifs de développement durable. Sans plus tarder, j'aimerais souhaiter plein succès à nos travaux et merci de votre attention.
Merci, Monsieur Boujradi, for this important statement. I now would like to give the floor to the Honorable Remi Ngoy Lumbu, Chairperson, African Commission on Human and People's Rights.
Merci beaucoup pour la parole que vous me donnez cet avant-midi de me joindre à vous. Dans le cadre de ce forum régional Afrique-Moyen-Orient sur les minorités, je vous parle en ma qualité de président de la Commission africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples. Je vous l'avoue, particulièrement heureux de prendre part à cette importante réunion que j'ai eu à travailler en amont déjà avec un certain nombre de défenseurs des droits de l'homme qui sont ici connectés et qui m'en ont fait part, notamment Naji Moulay, qui est un des défenseurs des droits de l'homme qui anime le réseau des défenseurs des droits de l'homme, en ce compris les droits des minorités en Afrique du Nord. Laissez-moi, Madame, au début de mon propos, saluer également quelques grands défenseurs des droits de l'homme que vous avez invités cet après-midi, cet avant-midi, notamment mon ami Marcel Apovo, qui travaille au bureau régional, qui est le représentant du haut-commissaire, de la haut-commissaire des Nations Unies aux droits de l'homme au niveau de Addis Abeba. Je voudrais également saluer Anna Foster, une des personnalités avec qui nous travaillons régulièrement au niveau de la commission. Donc, je disais que je suis heureux de prendre, je salue également tous les autres, en ce compris le rapporteur spécial lui-même, à qui je transmets mes amitiés. Et je suis particulièrement heureux, disais-je, de prendre part à cette importante réunion dans le contexte de la célébration du 30e anniversaire de la Déclaration des Nations Unies sur les droits des minorités en Afrique. Nous avons l'habitude de nous approprier tous les textes importants, tous les textes majeurs des Nations Unies. Il en a été ainsi de la Déclaration des Nations Unies sur les défenseurs des droits de l'homme et ici de la Déclaration des Nations Unies sur les droits des minorités, qui fait partie de notre législation également, qui constitue également notre source d'inspiration lorsque nous adoptons notre propre soft law que nous proposons aux États. Je voudrais, comme je suis encore au début de mon propos, remercier la délégation interministérielle aux droits de l'homme du Royaume du Maroc, un pays qui va nous rejoindre certainement dans les jours à venir, suivant les procédures internes lorsqu'elles finiront. Ils vont rejoindre la grande famille de l'Union africaine en matière de droits de l'homme. Nous y travaillons. Je voulais transmettre mes amitiés au secrétaire général Abdelkarim Bourati, que je découvre pour la première fois, mais que je pourrai revoir au Maroc lorsque je ferai mes prochaines missions là-bas, pour que nous puissions approfondir un certain nombre de questions, notamment sur les minorités également. Je remercie également Tom Landos Institute, avec qui j'ai maintenant coutume de travailler dans les différents forums qu'ils organisent et auxquels je suis associé, sans oublier le mécanisme lui-même du rapporteur spécial des Nations Unies sur les droits des minorités. Comme vous le savez, la Commission africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples dispose de beaucoup de mécanismes spéciaux, dont le groupe de travail sur les populations autochtones et les minorités. Nous avons un groupe de travail sur les populations autochtones et les minorités. Et dans le cadre de l'agenda 2063, l'idée en Afrique, c'est de dire que personne en Afrique, aucun groupe ne doit être laissé de côté dans la longue marche de l'Afrique présente vers l'Afrique de demain. Personne ne doit être laissé de côté, en ce compris donc les minorités. Ce groupe est très dynamique. Il est très dynamique et c'est déjà approprié, comme je le disais au début de mon discours, cette déclaration des Nations Unies, tout en mettant à la disposition de l'Afrique d'autres normes qui prennent en charge la question des minorités. Nous voulons ici rappeler l'obligation qui est aussi la nôtre dans le cadre de la feuille de route d'Addis Abeba de soutenir cette rencontre. C'est la raison pour laquelle, malgré mon agenda chargé, je n'ai pas hésité un seul instant à consacrer une partie de mon agenda à venir vous rejoindre sur cette question importante. Je voudrais dire au rapporteur spécial que la Commission africaine ne ménagera aucun effort pour la création des ponts et des synergies mutuellement avantageuses pour l'Union africaine et pour notre organisation mère, qui est l'Organisation des Nations Unies. L'Afrique ne se développe pas assez vite, tout le monde le sait, c'est donc la palissade que j'annonce ici. L'Afrique ne se développe pas assez vite parce que certains droits de l'homme et certains droits de peuple ne sont pas tout simplement implémentés. Parmi ces droits, il y a lieu de mentionner les droits des minorités. Combien d'entre vous savent aujourd'hui que l'Afrique est émaillée de conflits ça et là, et lorsque vous allez dans la profondeur des causes qui poussent, qui alimentent ces conflits, il y a également la question des droits des minorités qui ne sont pas respectés. Et lorsque les droits de ces minorités, de certaines minorités ne sont pas respectés, que ce soit minorités religieuses, sexuelles, minorités politiques, toutes sortes de minorités qu'on peut imaginer, les gens n'hésitent pas à prendre les armes et à insécuriser l'Afrique. C'est la raison pour laquelle, lorsque nous arrivons pour, nous nous joignons à vous pour célébrer l'anniversaire de cette déclaration des Nations Unies qui protège les droits des minorités, je ne peux que rappeler l'importance de la démarche. Je voudrais, sans monopoliser la parole, dire un mot de la fin en disant ensemble en tout cas, comme je porte la voix de la Commission africaine de droits de l'homme et des peuples, il faudrait qu'ensemble, nous puissions joindre nos idées, qu'ensemble, nous puissions joindre nos efforts pour que les minorités et leurs droits ne soient pas bafoués dans les 55 pays d'Afrique. C'est l'une des conditions cardinales pour que l'Afrique d'aujourd'hui ne ressemble pas à l'Afrique de demain. Idées et efforts doivent être conjugués pour que nous tendions vers cet objectif que nous a fixé pour l'instant l'agenda 2063. Et je suis certain que l'agenda qui viendra, si Dieu nous prête vie, après l'année 2063, on ne va pas oublier la question des minorités parce qu'elle a un lien direct avec le développement de notre continent. Merci beaucoup à tous les organisateurs. Au nom de la Commission africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples, je tiens à vous remercier et me mettra à votre disposition. Cependant, je signale, compte tenu de mon agenda chargé, en tout cas au jour d'aujourd'hui et les jours qui suivent, je pourrai vous quitter dans les instants qui suivent, mais je ferai un effort pour que je puisse revenir vers vous si jamais j'ai terminé les autres points qui sont inscrits à mon agenda d'aujourd'hui. Je vous remercie.
Thank you very much for your very important statement, Mr. Lumbu. I now would like to give the floor to Mr. Nuhum Sangare, OHCHR Regional Representative for Central Africa. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Good morning, all. Mr. Special Rapporteur Fernand de Warren, distinguished speakers and participants, dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to especially thank the Special Rapporteur on minority issues for being such a very good convener and inviting the regional office for Central Africa of the Office of the UN High Commissioner for Human Rights to be part of this important event this morning. In the context of the Africa Middle East Regional Forum of the 30th anniversary of the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Persons belonging to national or ethnic, religious, and linguistic minorities, aiming to review, rethink, and reform the protection and promotion of the rights of minorities. The United Nations, as an organization, was established almost 8 years ago in response to many critical issues, including acts of violence against minorities in the history of time. Article 2 of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights specified already in 1948 that everyone is entitled to all the rights and freedoms set out in this declaration without discrimination of any kind, such as race, color, sex, language, religion, political or other opinion, national or social origin, property, birth, and other status. It was 30 years ago this year that states came together once again to elaborate upon these principles, resulting in the UN Declaration on the Rights of Persons belonging to national or ethnic, religious, and linguistic minorities. At this 30th anniversary of the Declaration, we note that the principles of promotion and protection enshrined therein are, as well as in Article 27 of the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights, have been met with differentiated implementation. I think this forum is particularly timely, seeing the upsurge of violence and conflicts targeting various minorities all over the world and including within our regions. The COVID-19 pandemic has been a toll on minorities, particularly art, and has exacerbated pre-existing development divides and discriminations. Hence, we identify the urgent need to address the gaps in the declaration's implementation in order to reshape a society where the voices of minorities are amplified and where they do not get left behind. The regional office for Central Africa of the Office of the UN High Commissioner for Human Rights recognizes the significant contributions to the richness and diversity of society made by members of minorities. We are convinced that the recognition and promotion of minority rights makes states more stable and more prosperous, and contribute to distributing the advantages of development equitably. Over the years, our office has considered the protection of minorities' rights an integral responsibility of our field presences. Just last month, we actively participated in the commemoration of the International Day of Indigenous People in Cameroon. The African region represents a diversity of different ethnic and linguistic groups, including the Central African region. I am convinced that this is a diversity of strengths that needs to be harnessed in order to create a prosperous African society in the Central African region. It is therefore greatly encouraging to see that this has equally been recognized by the African Union. I'm sure our head of EPIS representative at the African Union, my colleague and brother, Marcel, will speak to that. In this content, allow me to underline the importance of the Charter for African Cultural Renaissance and the African Youth Charter which both call for the respect and promotion of minority rights in Africa. The Working Group on Indigenous Populations and Minorities in Africa is an active actor in promoting and researching minorities' rights on the continent, including also in the Central African region where we operate from. We encourage the countries of this region to continue crafting domestic legal instruments that speak to their respective minorities' rights situation. With the rich teams and the resourceful speakers in the program, as I can see it, I'm confident that this forum will be as interactive, as engaging as it has always been, and that it will make an important contribution to rethinking and advancing minorities' rights. Once more, congratulations, and I wish you a fruitful discussions and deliberations. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Sangare, for your statement. I now give the floor to Mrs. Abigail Noko, OHCHR Regional Representative for Southern Africa. The floor is yours, Abigail.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. I wish to also recognize the United Nations Special Rapporteur, as well as distinguished guests, participants, and delegates that are on this platform. It is indeed a pleasure for me to represent Southern Africa, the Southern Africa region, on behalf of OHCHR at the opening session of the Africa Middle East Regional Forum on the Rights of Minorities. I take this opportunity to convey my sincerest appreciation to the United Nations Special Rapporteur on Minority Issues, and to thank the Tom Lantos Institute for convening this important event. As we celebrate 30 years of the UN Declaration on the Rights of Persons belonging to national or ethnic, regional, and linguistic minorities during this year's forum, we have the opportunity to reflect on the progress made in protecting and promoting the human rights and dignity of persons belonging to national or ethnic, religious, and linguistic minorities. The United Nations Declaration is the only United Nations human rights instrument devoted entirely to minority rights. It emphasizes the promotion and protection of the rights of persons belonging to ethnic or national, religious, or linguistic minorities, and the contribution that they make to political and social stability of states in which they live. It also recognizes the important role of the United Nations in ensuring the protection of minorities. It provides guidance and key standards that assist governments to comply with minority rights obligations, as well as for minorities to hold their governments to account. At the time the UN Declaration was adopted in December 1992, 7 countries in Southern Africa region had ratified or acceded to the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights. That is Angola, Lesotho, Madagascar, Mauritius, Seychelles, Zambia, and Zimbabwe. Moreover, Angola, Lesotho, Madagascar, Mauritius, Seychelles, Zambia, and Zimbabwe had become a state party to the International Covenant on Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights. Today, 6 additional countries in Southern Africa, that is Botswana, Eswatini, Malawi, Mozambique, Namibia, South Africa, have ratified or acceded to the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights, and 4 more have now become parties to the International Covenant on Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights, that is Eswatini, Malawi, Namibia, and South Africa. This positive trend is also reflected in the ratification and accession to other core human rights treaties and optional protocols. Today, all 14 countries in Southern Africa region have ratified the Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination Against Women, the Convention on the Rights of the Child, and the Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities. Moreover, both Lesotho and the Seychelles are state parties to all 9 core international human rights treaties. Within the region, the human rights and fundamental freedoms of persons belonging to national or ethnic, religious, and linguistic minorities are mostly protected pursuant to general provisions guaranteeing equality before the law without any discrimination based on prohibited grounds, including race, ethnicity, language, and religion. Where state parties are party to several or all international human rights treaties, this increases their reporting obligations. And some countries in the region face a significant backlog. To ensure that countries systematically comply with their treaty obligations, national mechanisms for reporting and follow-up have been established in a number of countries in the region, whilst others are making efforts to establish or strengthen their mechanisms. Recommendations focusing on the rights of persons belonging to minorities have emanated from the Universal Periodic Review, the Human Rights Committee, the Committee on the Elimination of Discrimination Against Women, and the Convention on the Rights of the Child. These have looked at, among other issues, women, girls, persons with disabilities, persons belonging to religious minorities and linguistic minorities. Botswana is the only country in Southern Africa region that has accepted a visit by the UN Special Rapporteur on Minorities in 2018. And the regional office continues to support the Special Rapporteur in engaging with countries across the region. Dear friends, this is only a general overview of the progress made in Southern Africa region in the realization of the rights of persons belonging to ethnic or national, religious, and linguistic minorities. The starting point is a recognition that all human beings are born free and equal in dignity and rights. The human rights of all must be recognized and protected equally. As some groups in society remain more vulnerable than others, marginalized and at risk of being left behind, our efforts must focus on those most in need, including minorities who often include women, girls, persons with disabilities, LGBTI persons, and indigenous peoples. Global threats, including conflict, climate change, economic turndowns, pandemics, natural disasters, have had and will continue to have an enormous impact on the lives of persons belonging to minorities, with a huge cost on social welfare and political stability. People belonging to minority groups have been the target of xenophobia, racism, aggressive nationalism, economic and political discrimination, religious fanaticism, and other forms of intolerance and oppression. The UN Declaration on the Rights of Minorities remains an essential tool to guide countries in the region in the development and implementation of all appropriate measures, with a view to promoting understanding, tolerance, and friendship among different racial and ethnic or national backgrounds. As minorities continue to be amongst the most vulnerable, this regional forum is a moment to take stock of progress made in the promotion and protection of the rights of minorities. So in the spirit of review, rethink, reform, I wish you successful deliberations. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Abigail Noko, for your very informative and compassionate presentation. And now I will give the floor to Mr. Anis Anani, Officer in Charge, MENA Section, OHCHR. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. My short introduction will be in Arabic, and then I will be making my statement in English. أود أن أتقدم لكم بخالص الشكر لدعوتي لهذا المنتدى المهم بخصوص الأقليات في الشرق الأوسط وشمال أفريقيا والتحديات التي تواجهها، والذي يولي بطبيعة الحال قسم الشرق الأوسط في مفوضية حقوق الإنسان اهتماما كبيرا. أود أن أتقدم بالشكر الخاص أيضا للمقرر الخاص للأقليات السيد البروفيسور فرناند فارين، وكذلك مؤسسة كوملانتوس والمندوبية الوزارية المكلفة بحقوق الإنسان في المغرب لتنظيم هذا المنتدى المهم خصوصا في الفترة الحالية. واسمحوا لي الآن بتقديم مداخلتي باللغة الإنجليزية. Ladies and gentlemen, in the past 30 years, many upheavals shook the Middle East and North Africa. Today, people in this region, which is characterized by rich religious, ethnic, cultural, and linguistic diversity, where different communities have coexisted for centuries, endures immense, multifaceted, and layered challenges. But today, as we celebrate the 30th anniversary of the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Persons Belonging to National or Ethnic, Religious, and Linguistic Minorities, I am delighted to join you to take stock and reflect on our achievements and challenges in the quest for the promotion and protection of the rights of minorities. The United Nations, including the international treaty body mechanisms, the Human Rights Council, and the Office of the High Commissioner for Human Rights, play a vital role in the promotion and protection of minority rights. It was stressed that early warning signs identified by the different human rights mechanisms need to reach the political and conflict prevention bodies of the United Nations, and that effective channels of communication are needed between different parts of the United Nations system in order to allow decision makers to act with full knowledge of the facts on the ground. Likewise, state, regional organizations, national human rights institutions, non-governmental organizations, religious bodies, the media, and civil society as a whole have an important role to play in promoting tolerance and respect for diversity, and in the universal promotion and protection of minority rights. Working together to enhance the implementation of existing legal systems that protect individuals against discrimination and hate crimes, increasing interreligious, interfaith, and intercultural efforts, and expanding human rights education is instrumental in combating incidents of intolerance, discrimination, and violence against individuals belonging to minority groups. While hate speech against minorities is unfortunately not a new phenomenon, its manifestation in social media and other online forums is not something originally foreseen by the UN Declaration adopted in 1992. As such, we should collaboratively work to alter our approach to respond to the new platforms being used to spread hate speech and discrimination against minorities, while recognizing the need for cautious balance to ensure respect for the right to freedom of opinion and expression. The Office of the High Commissioner strongly encourages for partnerships between different actors to address online hate speech against minorities and other vulnerable groups at the local and national level, recalling here the core responsibilities of religious leaders, in particular as articulated in the robust plan of action, which included refraining from and speaking out against hate speech and making clear that violence can never be tolerated as a response to incitement to hatred. The disproportionate impact of conflict in this region on persons belonging to religious minorities have made them stand out of the fabric of some suffering genocide, such as the Yazidis in Iraq. The Christians of Iraq are considered one of the oldest surviving and continuous Christian communities in the world, dating back almost 2,000 years. However, with the rise of ISIL in Iraq and Syria in 2014, ethnic and religious minorities were forced to convert in some cases to Islam or risk death, leading many to flee. ISIL was also responsible for the destruction of many religious and cultural heritage sites that altered the historical character of the region. Terrorist groups have committed acts of terrorism targeting individuals, including persons belonging to religious minorities on the basis of or in the name of religion or belief. States and the United Nations, through resolutions and mechanisms, are addressing this phenomenon while upholding simultaneously efforts to establish truth and accountability for the crimes committed. In this regard, the 30th anniversary that will be commemorated all year long is an opportunity to demonstrate that the international community can join forces, as was the case with the Yazidis, to prevent recurrence and establish justice. Article 1, Paragraph 1 of the 1992 Declaration requires states to protect the existence and the national ethnic, cultural, religious, and linguistic identity of minorities within their respective territories and encourage conditions for the promotion of that identity. Examples of these positive measures in recent years are seen in countries of the Middle East and North Africa. There has been also a revival in the use of language tamthils in schools. Language textbooks have been printed and the tamthils media outlets have flourished. The tamthil has also become an official language in Morocco and Algeria. On a separate topic, gender equality and the empowerment of women, especially ethnic minority women, is at the center of many processes of the United Nations. As mentioned earlier, while minorities are the most frequent victims of conflict and genocide, it is the women of those communities who often suffer the most, or targeted for rape or killing due to their status as the most vulnerable of minorities. We all need to find an effective and sustainable solution to ensure the goal to leave no one behind. In the end, I would like to recall that the Declaration's anniversary theme is All in for Minority Rights, and this forum is a great occasion to work together to review, rethink, and reform to make the 1992 Declaration a living document to maintain peace and stability in society. Since time immemorial, societies in the Middle East and North Africa have thrived with diverse ethnic and religious minorities. Those have been testaments not only to its history, but more importantly, to its identity. And to end, to quote Martin Luther King Jr., he said, almost always, the creative, dedicated minority has made the world better. I wish you all the best in your forum, and thank you very much for having me again.
Thank you very much for your very important statement, Mr. Anani. And now I give the floor to Mr. Benjamin Haunton, OHCHR Deputy Regional Representative and Officer in charge of OHCHR Regional Office for Western Africa. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Dear Special Rapporteur, estimated host and guest, dear colleague, it is a great honor and pleasure to represent the OHCHR West Africa Regional Office based in Dakar today on West Regional consultation that are of great relevance both to our mandate as OHCHR and to human rights for all in the sub-region. The definition of minority and the right of minority have always been a controversial topic in many parts of the world, including the continent. Yet, most African countries are in reality a mosaic of minorities with more than 250 ethnic groups existing, for instance, in Nigeria alone. In many parts of the West Africa, diverse ethnic and religious communities have long coexisted, and ethnic, racial, or religious identities was often part and parcel, if not paramount, of national identity. What we are seeing today is an increasing fragmentation in many countries of the sub-region, of the social cohesion that once held community together. Ethnic polarization is often linked to socio-economic divides. But while the struggle over natural resources has been a main trigger of conflict dynamics, the increase in armed conflict from Mali to other parts of the West Africa and the advance of violent extremists is causing more and more the targeting of specific ethnic groups. Violence today no longer belongs to the battlefield alone. And while a large number of countries are devastated by conflict in West Africa, new forms of violence, often referred as digital, illustrated by hate speech and incitement to hatred or violence, is also emerging throughout the region. The divides between communities are becoming many, and the risk of violence hence increasing. Where minorities are not party to conflict, they remain most vulnerable to conflict and to manipulation by parties to a given conflict. The extension of ethnic groups across borders can also contribute to an exacerbation of the targeting and stigmatization across the region. Ensuring the protection and promotion of the rights of minorities in the region marred by insecurities, socio-economic and political turmoil is essential for the survival, as well as the peace and security of the entire region. The survival of practices such as slavery and discrimination, akin to caste-based discrimination, make minority issue harder to address in conflict and non-conflict situations. With the migration flows across the region, the targeting of sexual minority in a number of Western African countries, and the various discrimination that population that account to demographic majority but are political minorities suffer, asking what constitutes a minority and does the minority framework leave no one behind remains a question. The principle of non-discrimination that are at the core of the human rights and ratified by all the West African countries can be most embodied through the protection and promotion of human rights of minority in the sub-region. Having specific protection for minority beyond the non-discrimination framework is also essential to ensure their needs and the risks they face are accurately reflected and mitigated. Working with regional institutions such as ECOWAS for our sub-region, with governments and national human rights institutions to ensure the rights of minority are promoted and effectively protected is also of essence. Various consultation, by serving the purpose of identifying some of the gaps, realities, and needs in terms of minority protection, can serve also for better advocacy and bridging the gap between the international instrument that we and our reality in the sub-region. OHHR, by assisting governments, by working with regional institutions, and by supporting national human rights institutions, and constantly bringing back to the debate the human rights of all, hopes that we can aim for a normative implementation framework that truly leave no one behind. I thank you for the opportunity to take part of this important discussion.
Thank you very much for your statement, Mr. Haunton. I now give the floor to Mr. Marcel Akpovo, OHCHR Regional Representative for East Africa and to the African Union.
Thank you, Madam the moderator. I would like to recognize the UN Special Rapporteur on Minority Issues, Professor Fernand de Varenne. I would also want to recognize the distinguished representative from the Kingdom of Morocco. I recognize particularly my dear friend and Honorable Remy Ngoy, the chairperson of the African Commission for the Peoples and Human Rights. Allow me also to recognize my own colleagues, friends and brothers and sisters. I name Abigail, Noam, Benjamin, and also Anis, who are here this morning with us. All the colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, all protocol observed. I'm very honored to address this African Middle East Regional Forum on the occasion of the 30th anniversary of the UN Declaration on the Right on Minority under the theme Review, Rethink, and then Reform. Allow me at this point in time to take this opportunity to thank the Special Rapporteur on Minority Rights, on the minority issues, his team, the Kingdom of Morocco, the Tom Lantos Institute, and all other organizers for this very important gathering and timely consultation. The importance of this regional forum cannot be understated, as it serves as a platform for informal exchange and conversation between the United Nations, regional and relevant stakeholders on how to protect and promote the rights of minorities. This forum is also a unique opportunity to reflect on regional context, expertise, and experience that will feed into the Special Rapporteur's report to the 52nd session of the Human Rights Council in March 2023. And as I indicated, the theme of the forum is also very much timely. In the midst of several global crises, including conflict, commitment to stability, democracy, and sustainable peace based on fundamental respect for human rights, and notably the minority rights, remain crucial, if not critical, to the African development. The respect and protection of minority rights, as we all know, beside the declaration that brought us here together today, is enshrined in international and regional human rights law. The UN Universal Declaration on Human Rights and International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights, and the African Charter on the Human and People's Rights mention the right to one's cultural, religious, and linguistic identity free from discrimination. As the UN main human rights department or body, OHCHR's work and mandate on minority rights are critical and form an important and integral part of the promotion and protection of human rights, sustainable human development, and then peace and security. The 30th anniversary of the UN Declaration on the Rights of Persons Belonging to National or Ethnic, Religious, and Linguistic Minority should normally signify progress. However, 30 years later, we are still gathered here today to examine ways to overcome existing obstacles and bottlenecks, impeding the full and then effective realization of the right of persons belonging to minorities. The East Africa Regional Office that I lead covers several countries which have ratified all these relevant international instruments that guarantee the right of minority against discrimination. But while it is worth noting that in those countries across the Eastern Africa region have already afforded those ratifications of this international instrument, it is also true that the internal compliance capacity remains weak, if not problematic. It is therefore imperative to advocate for significant action to ensure that human rights and issues related to minority remain of utmost importance in the agenda of those states in the region. A very brief recap will probably give us a snapshot of the situation without getting really deeper into what minorities face on a daily basis in enjoying their rights in the region. In Djibouti, for example, the people of a Afar ethnic group are considered as minority group. And then over the few years, ethnic tension brewing between the Somali and the Isaias across the country have led to repeated attacks, including arsons and the arbitrary arrest mainly against the Afar community. In Ethiopia, minority groups face the challenge, among many others, of political representation. A telling corroborative reference of the lack of representation of all minority
at the second chamber of the parliament, which is called the House of Federation, is a critical example in this regard. This particular house is largely dominated by the majority ethnic group in the country, and in minority entities such as the Dantas, the Olenes, the Baikwok, the Zai, and the Dube are not at all represented at the federal level. The consequences of such a configuration on the recognition and protection of these groups' language, culture, religion, and identity within the federation are serious and cannot be overemphasized. While Tanzania, for example, favored the adoption of the UN Declaration on the Right of Indigenous People, its own constitution does not adequately recognize the same, and does fail to protect the right of indigenous groups, including the pastoralist Maasai group in the Ngorongoro region. More recently, in June this year, you all hear about it. The Maasai in Tanzania experienced increased the level of violence and discrimination against their traditional lands and housing by security forces in the Liondo division of Ngorongoro district. As a result, they have been forced to uproot from their ancestral lands. In the same vein, the African Commission on the Human and People's Rights, right back in 2010, found that the Kenyan government had violated the African Charter on the Human and People's Rights, specifically the right to religious practice, property, culture, free disposition of natural resources, and to development as a result of its move to forcibly evict 100 of Ndururoi families from their ancestral lands in the Rift Valley. And very recently, according to the African Commission, the Kenyan government forcibly evicted these indigenous people to create a game reserve for tourism without consultation or adequate compensation. Reports received on the status of implementation of the decision revealed that while certain aspects of the Commission decision have been realized, of the 7 recommendations, only 1 has been fully implemented and 2 others partially achieved. The Kenyan government has mostly or not fully complied with these recommendations yet. And then according to the implementation review, the non-implementation of these recommendations has negatively impacted the community's livelihood, consigning many of its members to severe poverty, illiteracy, poor health, and a life of destitution. It is an occasion for me, it's not my role, to call evidently the Kenyan government to take all appropriate measures to implement all the recommendations of the African Commission fully and effectively, and then as it set out in its decision on this matter, and in line with subsequent 2013 resolution calling on the Republic of Kenya to implement the decision. These few references, as you can see, on minority rights situation in Eastern Africa are reflective of how much ground still needs to be covered to indeed offer minority a protective environment where they can fully enjoy their fundamental rights as individuals, as communities, and as entities. My office is working in tandem with all partners, including, of course, the African Commission on Peoples and Human Rights, to ensure a platform for promoting dialogue and cooperation and to address issues faced by persons belonging to national or ethnic group and sexual as well. The Addis Ababa roadmap, currently under review and referred to by my friends Ngoi, offers such opportunity to reinforce our capacity to influence decisions taken at national level by state to protect and promote minority rights. I look forward to the discussion over the next 2 days with all of us present here to assess and then explore more effective ways to enforce and to protect minority rights in strengthening states' capacity to fulfill their commitment vis-à-vis their own minority. building protective jurisprudence on minority rights is critical to creating an environment where equal and full recognition should be afforded to minority, both in law and in practice. Dear friends, dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, once again, I wish to express my profound gratitude for the opportunity to offer this opening remark at this forum with the belief that this conversation will lead to action that will enhance the promotion and protection of minority rights. I reaffirm the OCHR, especially my office, commitment to continue supporting all pertinent initiatives in that regard. On that note, I thank you very much, and then I wish successful deliberation and consultation to all of us. Thank you, and God bless you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Apovo, for your very insightful presentation on minority situations in East Africa. Now I give the floor to our last speaker, Dr. Fernand de Varenne, UN Special Rapporteur on Minority Issues. Fernand, the floor is yours.
Merci Anna Maria, Shokran Tanmirt. Excellences, distingués représentants de l'État, chers collègues du Haut Commissariat de l'ONU sur les droits de l'homme, représentants de la société civile, mesdames et messieurs. Bonjour tout le monde, assalamu alaikum, Tifawi. Ce troisième forum pour l'Afrique et le Moyen-Orient est possible cette année grâce au soutien et à la coopération du Royaume du Maroc et bien sûr est convoqué dans le cadre de mon mandat en tant que rapporteur spécial de l'ONU sur les questions relatives aux minorités et est coordonné par l'Institut Tom Lantos et plusieurs autres partenaires régionaux, y compris entre autres le Centre africain pour l'étude de la démocratie et des droits humains. Je suis ravi d'abord de vous accueillir aujourd'hui et j'espère que nous aurons 2 journées stimulantes et fertiles en échanges et recommandations. Je vais maintenant continuer en anglais. I will now switch to English. Welcome. Welcome to this 3rd Africa Middle East Regional Forum on the Human Rights of Minority. I'd like to say a few words about the opening session to review, rethink, and reform the protection of the rights of minorities as the special rapporteur who has established these regional gatherings around the world, most of which have unfortunately been online because of the pandemic in the last 2 years. All the regional forums have been made possible because of the coordination and continuous support and efforts of the Tom Lantos Institute and numerous volunteers and partner organizations working in the area of human rights and minorities, which are listed in the forums program. The 4 2022 regional forums on minorities around the world will mark, as you've heard earlier, the 30th anniversary of the adoption of the UN Declaration on the Rights of National or Ethnic, Religious, and Linguistic Minorities. And it's important to acknowledge the context which 30 years ago led to this declaration, because there were around the world at that time, in the late 1980s and early 1990s, quite dramatic upheavals, tensions, and even conflicts. In fact, conflicts, including the breakup of the Yugoslavia, the fall of the Soviet Union. There were also numerous conflicts in Asia and Africa during this time, mainly involving competing majoritarian nationalism and grievances claims from ethnic, religious, or linguistic minorities. We could say that just like today, around the 1990s, it was a particularly dark period, a dark period which ensured, however, significant and political and intellectual efforts to try to resolve. This is the context which led to the adoption of the UN Declaration on the Rights of Minorities, at a time when peace and stability were very closely connected to justice and the rights of minorities that needed to be protected. What is perhaps not appreciated, therefore, is that this was a period internationally when it was acknowledged through these steps, the protection of the rights of minorities, as steps to ensure peace and stability through justice, and steps for the protection of minorities and their rights. And what we have with the declaration is, in many regards, a promise of respect for human rights by developing instruments to make this promise a reality on the ground, and to see or to try to achieve peace and stability, to protecting, at least symbolically, minorities and their rights. Some of you may recall that this was a period of optimism, and that we were perhaps a bit naive to think that these promises, because these were mainly promises when the declaration was adopted in 1992, we were perhaps naive that these promises would work without being backed up with very solid enforcement mechanisms. The United Nations Declaration, as you all know, is not a legal instrument. It's not a legal document. It is more in the nature of a political statement of commitments, of promises. And it does not, however, create directly legal obligations in the international human rights law. The last 30 years, and particularly more recently, have not always been generous to minorities. And we've heard a few references to that earlier. If I were to simplify and summarize how minority issues are being dealt with around the world right now, I would go so far as to say that we're dealing with currently is not stability. It's not even stagnation. It's actually going backwards, regression. Minorities themselves are frustrated sometimes because so-called rights can be so easily ignored or dismissed by governments. The cavalier way these promised commitments are being dealt with is contributing to a loss of faith in the goodwill or effectiveness of regional mechanisms that were supposed to protect human rights, supposed to protect minorities, their cultures, their languages, in short, their identities. From a global perspective, it must be said that there is also, in some countries, an impression of growing hostility, or at least intolerance towards the cultures, languages, or religions of minorities, which is exemplified by the growing limitations to, and even fairly outright prohibition of teaching in minority languages in schools. We're also seeing in recent years a dramatic increase, what the United Nations Secretary General Antonio Guterres called a tsunami of hate speech in social media, targeting mainly, in fact, overwhelmingly minorities. And we're seeing an increase in violent attacks and hate crimes against minorities in Africa, but also in places such as Europe, Asia, and the Americas. Social media platforms have become propaganda megaphones and now amplify intolerance and prejudice by spreading propaganda of hate, sometimes racism, reaching almost immediately huge numbers, thousands, even millions of people, causing real harm, literally leading to situations where individuals around the world are vilified, lined up, even killed because they belong to dehumanized others, usually overwhelmingly targeted minorities. The data available in some countries where there is reliable data suggests that more than 3/4 of hate crimes are aimed at minorities. And it seems it is around the same proportion when we talk of those who are targeted by hate speech. We're also seeing an instrumentalization of prejudices and scapegoating of minorities, of incitement to discrimination against minorities by populist politicians for their own, sometimes short-term electoral gain. It seems we've forgotten that the Holocaust did not start with gas chambers. It started with hate speech against a minority, the Jewish, but also the Roma minority. In recent decades, conflicts overwhelmingly are internal, inside the country, and they usually involve an ethnic or religious dimension according to data and various research documents in different parts of the world. Since 2010, the number of major violent conflicts has tripled around the world, tripled. And much of the increase is in the rise of internal state conflicts, conflicts inside a country, and usually involving minorities. In fact, today there are more violent conflicts around the world than at any time in the past 30 years. And the world is also facing the largest forced displacement crisis ever recorded. In a way, we could say that the world has become a nastier, darker place. And it would be naive to say that what we have in place, the instruments, the documents we have, and especially, well, the absence of effective mechanisms for the enforcement of human rights, it would be naive to say that these are sufficient to address the threats and growing storm size that we are seeing all around us. The us versus the others paradigm, mixed in with feelings of injustice, combined with perceived discrimination, are re-emerging even more strongly as factors of division, instead of seeing progress and inclusion of diverse societies. Majoritarian nationalism and its darker elements are returning, as are tensions in different parts of Africa and the rest of the world, and the instrumentalization of minority grievances sometimes for political gains. Now, it's not all doom and gloom, because there are good practices which could be called, well, beacons of light in Africa, Asia, and other parts of the world. The Kingdom of Morocco must be commended for the move to make Amazigh an official language, and for beginning to increase the use in education and public services of this language. Now, no government is perfect. There have been initiatives and practices in countries for minorities and indigenous peoples, which should be better known and certainly can be improved. And I think we can all learn from certain positive aspects and approaches in Africa and also in other parts of the world. So this regional forum, centered on the 30th anniversary of the adoption of the UN Declaration, is a response to what is happening around us, a response to the changes in the international order after the Cold War and the disintegration of the Soviet Union and other parts of the world. The anniversary at the United Nations is maybe an opportunity, a key opportunity, to take stock of the state of minority rights, to assess how minority protection works, to identify places where there can be improvement, gaps in the minority protection regime, and to assess how these gaps are dangerous, that they can actually fuel threats to minorities and the protection of their rights. But it is also an opportunity to reflect and make recommendations on the way forward. So this is a historical chance to seize, because the human rights of minorities, and let me say this very clearly, are today, perhaps even more so than 30 years ago, less well admitted, acknowledged, and protected than most other human rights. And as has often been said, it's during our darkest moments that we have to focus to see the light. The challenges are immense and urgent to strengthen into concrete obligations what until now has been mainly promises that are often ignored when it's not convenient to respect. So as the slogan, if you will, the theme of the regional forum, review, rethink, reform, we need to look at the global recognition, protection, and promotion of the rights of minorities for a secure life in a diverse and just world, and see how we can put these noble principles into practice by recognizing, as the first words of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights proclaim, the inherent dignity and the equal and inalienable rights of all members of the human family as foundations of freedom, justice, and peace in the world. As some of you know, my mandate has also issued, in connection with the anniversary of the Declaration, a call for submissions on the mainstreaming of minority rights at the United Nations and elsewhere. Looking at what has been done since the UN Secretary General's guidance note 10 years ago called for the mainstreaming of minority rights across all UN pillars and activities. And his call also instructs the UN expressly to integrate anti-discrimination and minority rights into the work of the UN system at global, regional, and country levels, including through various mechanisms. I've invited individuals, organizations, states, and other stakeholders to send their views and comments to consider how the United Nations itself has integrated and mainstreamed the aspirations and promotion of the human rights of minorities in its structures and initiatives, and how it has contributed to the recognition, promotion, and protection of the rights of minorities. And the report will be critical as to how these rights appear in developments since the adoption of the UN Declaration in 1992, and how the United Nations has referred to and incorporated or not these rights in more recent developments and initiatives at various levels. In other words, you're invited to comment and share with us the extent that you consider that the rights of minorities are visible and integrated in the priorities and initiatives of the United Nations, as well as how they are mainstreamed in the activities and offices at the regional and local levels and globally, and how the evolution of the treatment of minorities in the UN has been in the last 30 years, and how we can improve on that, how to ensure a stronger visibility and commitment to the promotion and protection of the rights of minorities in the UN and elsewhere. I will be preparing a report to the United Nations Human Rights Council in Geneva in March next year, and submissions will play an important role in the assessment of how the rights of minorities can be better mainstreamed and dealt with at the United Nations. So as we are indicating the program for this regional forum, the time has come for a reboot to focus more on new policies, new initiatives, and programs and changes on making the promises, the commitments made in the UN Declaration a reality on the ground. Very quickly, please allow me to make a few observations on the importance of your discussions for the next 2 days. Different regions have very different contexts and conditions. And the United Nations Forum on Minority Issues, held every year over a day and a half in Geneva at the end of the year, has limited time and space to clearly deal with the specific challenges facing minorities in every region of the world. Holding regional forums like this one allows for us to take into account and hear much more loudly and clearly the voices and expertise of regional minorities, and take them into account when you submit recommendations to the regional forum, which will be made also to the UN Human Rights Council, as we'll explain in more detail later. I just wanted to emphasize the importance of this forum for the region in order to better understand and appreciate the variety but also the richness of your context. And also, and perhaps even more importantly, to provide a more accessible opportunity to express yourselves and to share your knowledge and insights and expertise with my United Nations mandate. But more immediately today and tomorrow, we hope you'll be able to draft precise and appropriate recommendations on the themes which you will be exploring shortly, recommendations that reflect your context and challenges, and which deal first and foremost on how we can move forward in better recognizing, protecting, and putting into practice the rights of minorities in Africa and the Middle East. In closing, may I remind you that only those recommendations which deal with the regional forum's themes will be retained. Please keep in mind that discussions or recommendations that do not address specifically the theme of the anniversary of the UN Declaration and how to strengthen and improve on it run the risk of not being retained. Every year, the regional forums coordinated through the Tom Lantos Institute and regional partners and the UN Forum on Minority Issues in Geneva address specific issues, and it is with the issues being considered which we will be retaining our focus and attention. We can't deal in 2 short days with all of the minority issues experienced by every single group everywhere in Africa or the Middle East, but the recommendations which will emanate from this forum, this process, will be formatted, will be summarized and made available for the deliberations of the UN Forum on Minority in Geneva in December. They will also be added as an annex to my annual report to the UN Human Rights Council in March 2023 and published on the website of my mandate. So with those elements and information, I will turn and give the floor back to the chair, Madame Biro of the Tom Lantos Institute, who will explain the rules of proceedings for the forum and summarize the process and the next few steps. Tanmirt, Shukran, thank you, merci. Anna Maria, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Fernand, for your statement laying out in the status quo and what happens next. Since you already mentioned some important points about the rules of proceedings, I will try to keep this short, but not before thanking again to all keynote speakers for their comprehensive and very important contributions to this meeting. As Fernand mentioned, you will be asked to make sure that your statements of 2 or 3 minutes focus on recommendations, which should be concrete. You will also be asked to show respect for others' views and we invite all participants to exercise decorum, avoid abuse or disrespectful language or derogatory and inflammatory remarks, respect UN core values and principles, and uphold UN standards when referring to countries and territories. And participants are also requested to refrain from posting or displaying material that is offensive, obscene, and hateful, that promotes or encourages violence, or that does not uphold UN standards regarding countries and territories. All participants are also reminded that any act of intimidation or reprisal against individuals and groups who have participated in this regional forum or who cooperate or have cooperated with the United Nations, its representatives and mechanisms in the field of human rights is unacceptable. States are urged to prevent and ensure adequate protection against such acts. Now I shall turn to the process of the regional forum. As you well know, the objective and purpose is to formulate regional recommendations. The structure is laid out in the program of work, as well as a practical information document. Again, you are reminded that interventions are of 2-3 minutes, and participants wishing to speak must indicate this to the moderator using the raise hand function in Zoom. Also, please bear in mind that there are no rights of reply or points of order during the regional forum. All participants wishing to make a statement or intervention must follow the protocol detailed above. Please be aware that the regional forum is being live streamed on YouTube, and the video and audio recording will be publicly available on the Tom Lantos Institute's YouTube channel, website, and on www.minorityforum.info. This brings to an end of the opening session. I would like to thank all our distinguished keynote speakers again for their statements. We shall begin the first thematic session, normative framework, existing norms and interpretations, following a short technical break. It will be indicated in the screen, on the screen, the exact time when the next session, the first panel, will begin. Thank you very much for your attention. I can see a raised hand, but that will have to wait until the next session. Thank you very much. I see you in a short while.
Basil, please, could we just check your microphone and your camera is working before we begin the next session?
Okay, can you hear me?
I can hear you, yes.
Okay, I think the camera is also working.
Okay, perfect.
Perfect.
Yes, I can see you. Thank you, Basil. Bertus, please, Bertus de Villiers, if you could also check your microphone and your video, please.
I can hear you, Sean, but I'm told that you had stopped the video, so I can't activate it, but I can hear you.
Okay, I've just asked you to start your video, so hopefully that will now work for you.
There you are. I can now see on video and I can hear you.
Perfect, thank you. Bezar, I can see your video is started. Perfect. Could you just test your microphone for me, please?
Hi, Sean. Hello, everyone. Mic working perfectly?
That's great. Yes, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
And finally, Leila, please, if you could just test your microphone and your video.
Hi, Sean. Can
Hello.
you hear me?
Yes, perfect.
Thanks.
As you know, we were running slightly late in the last session, so I think we'll just have a short 5-minute break just to let people get a drink. I will let you know, Fasil, when to start, but I think 5 minutes will be okay, as everything seems to be working fine now. Thank you all.
Great, thank you.
Good afternoon. Depending on the time zone, I think good morning could also work. So, Excellencies, distinguished panelists, distinguished participants, all protocols observed. My name is Fasil Mulatu Gassesa. I am the chair of the Center for Human Rights at Addis Ababa University. I will be your moderator for the first thematic session on normative framework, existing norms and interpretations. Please allow me to introduce distinguished panelists in the order set out in the program of work. The first panelist, Bert de Villiers, is an adjunct professor at Curtin Law School. He's also a member of State Administrative Tribunal of Western Australia. He has extensive legal practice, research, and teaching experience on various fields, including constitutional and political developments, federalism, decentralization, and minority rights in several jurisdictions, including African and Asian countries. The two most recent publications of Professor de Villiers are Litigating the Rights of Minorities and Indigenous People in Domestic and International Courts, Real Leiden in 2001, and Navigating the Unknown, Essay on Selected Case Studies about the Rights of Minorities, Real Leiden 2022. For detailed bio, participants are advised to also look at the website of Tom Lantos Institute. The second panelist is Dr. Bezar Saleh, who's an assistant professor at Hawassa University. He's also a postdoctoral fellow at the University of Western Cape, Department of Public Law and Jurisprudence. His research focuses on minority rights, federalism, human rights, subnational autonomy, and local government in Ethiopia, among others. Last but not least, the third panelist is Leila Aloda. She's the Deputy Secretary General, Women's International League for Peace and Freedom. She has extensive experience in litigation, advocacy, and management. She's a qualified lawyer and trainer of international human rights, humanitarian law, and among others, focus on peace building and human rights of women. She also sits on the governance advisory board of several regional and international human rights organizations, trusts, and foundations. Following, allow me to make few reminders and announcements. Distinguished participants, be reminded that the session is being live streamed on YouTube and the link is posted in the chat function. The session is also being recorded and will be available on the organizer's website at www.minorityforum.info. And the final set of recommendations will also be available on this website. You are also kindly asked to promote your participation on the formal social media hashtag on the regional forum of the regional forum on hashtag Minority Forum or hashtag Minority Forum Africa Middle East. We also urge you to remain on the topic, and also to respect UN values, principles, which Ana Maria talked about earlier. Having said this, I now invite the first panelist, Professor De Villiers, to make his presentation. You will have 10 minutes to make your presentations and statement, and following other panelists will continue. The floor is yours, Professor.
Chairman, thank you very much for your kind words of welcome. I have spent many happy times in Addis Ababa and in Ethiopia, and I thank you for the invitation. Can I also thank the Special Rapporteur, Professor Varenne, for the invitation to be here today, and specifically for the work that he has done as a leader in the field of the protection of minorities, not only in terms of publications, but especially in the convening of these regional forums, because these regional forums give minorities and those of us who are involved in the field an opportunity to speak in a manner that was not available previously. And these forums enable so many more to hear and to make their voice known. I think to many minorities, this is a form of a restorative justice process, whereby at least they can speak out, they can be heard, and even if it does not lead immediately to improvements, there's an opportunity to speak out. International experience shows us that the individual dignity is very closely associated with the identity of persons. And so often in international law and in state constitutional law, an emphasis is placed on equality, but not necessarily equality in a substantive context where the community identity is concerned. And to many individuals, it is by having their identity recognized that they feel themselves accepted. And I think that is the work that has been done by under the leadership of Dr. Varenne. I also want to thank the Tom Lantos Institute for the excellent arrangements that they've made and for the way they've brought all of us in touch with one another. I fully agree with one of the remarks that was made at the introduction by Mr. Marcel Apovo, where he said there is a clear gap between the ratification of international instruments and the implementation of those instruments. So the list of nations that have ratified international minority rights instruments, policies, declarations is quite impressive. But when one looks at the implementation, then one cannot but agree with what Dr. Varenne said, and that is that minority rights today are in a more precarious position than perhaps 20 and 30 years ago. And that will bring me to my first point. I will make 4 recommendations for purpose of discussion. The first recommendation deals with the strengthening of legal frameworks to protect the rights of minorities at an international level, but also at a regional level. For example, within the European context, European nations have made substantial progress in order to enact an enforceable instrument that protects the rights of minorities. So they haven't waited for this to happen at an international level. They've done so at a regional level. And there's nothing which prevents the member states of the region that we are dealing with today to further promote the ideal of a legally binding instrument that protects the rights of minorities. And such an instrument need not set out the specific detail how minorities should be protected, but it could entail certain principles that minorities could relate to. Since the 1990s, when a democratization wave was sweeping the world, I think we've seen that wave perhaps not come to an end, but the wave has definitely slowed down. The optimism that there was in the middle 1990s and the end of 1990s of democracy really becoming the predominant way of living throughout the world, I think that optimism has been shown to be poorly placed. And today what we can see is that one of the essential requirements to design constitutions is that of minority protection. But one of the key reasons for the collapse of constitutions is the lack of minority protection. And so often what happens, minorities feel permanently excluded, they feel marginalized, and especially in times of economic hardship, which the world is at the moment experiencing, that feeling of being marginalized is re-emphasized by economic hardship, and that leads to violence. And we can look at various examples in the world. At the moment, we all are aware of the conflict in Ukraine, conflict in Ethiopia, conflict in South Sudan. Northern Ireland haven't been able to get their arrangements back on track. The conflict between Kosovo and Serbia. One can continue the list of examples where minority instability is giving rise to instability within constitutional arrangements and within countries. And the test for us as minority advocates, but also as constitutional lawyers, is how to design sustainable regimes that protect minorities, where there's predictability, where there are strong institutions, where there are regular elections, where there is power sharing, and when there's self-determination. And I believe, coming back to the very first recommendation, is that by strengthening the legal framework at an international level, as well as at a regional level for the protection of minority rights, we can provide a normative framework for constitutional drafters to focus at, for minorities who feel disenfranchised to cling to, for individuals who feel that their rights are not recognized to refer to. And that can all be done by way of a more secure legal framework at an international level and at a regional level. Now, these institutions that I'm talking about, and such a legal framework is not intended to embarrass governments. The stability of governments is enhanced by effective protection of minorities. That's why the Switzerlands of the world is so well known, because they've been able, through many years of upheaval, to reach a situation where minority protection is a strength, it's not an embarrassment. And I think often we, perhaps even us who advocate for minority rights, may approach it in the wrong way, where it's not necessarily promoted as a strength. And I believe that is what we should do. So the first recommendation I would make deal with the strengthening of legal framework. The second recommendation, Chair, deals with the making available of practical guidelines on how minority rights could be protected within our region. There's a lot of reading material of what happens internationally. There's a lot of attention happening within Europe. Europe has an ongoing debate on minority protection. They have summer schools, they have winter schools, they debate it ad nauseum. But within our sub-region, there's to a certain extent not adequate attention to these topics. For example, what works in minority protection? What does not work? What experiments have taken place within states that we may be able to copy? For example, within the European context, there are the Lund recommendations and there are the Ljubljana guidelines. Now, some of you may or may not have heard of it, but if I can say, these are scientifically designed guidelines for states on how they can better protect the rights of minorities. It doesn't prescribe, it is not binding, but it gives states an idea of what they can do to better protect their minorities. And the question to me is, what have we got within our sub-region to provide similar insights about what countries have done, what works, what doesn't work? Because there are many things that we can share with each other. We can share ideas about electoral systems, about power sharing, about coalition arrangements, about autonomy, territorial autonomy, non-territorial autonomy, about advisory bodies, and we can share and learn from one another. And in that sense, my second recommendation specifically deals with the need for a codified, for a set of rules, of guidelines, of practical value of how minority rights can be better protected. The third guideline deals with the collective status of minorities. We often hear that minorities do not have collective rights. They have rights through their individual members. I think this can be challenged. I think in the national law accepts that indigenous people as a community of people have collective rights. And there's no reason why minority groups cannot also have collective rights, because after all, the right of the individual only makes sense if it is exercised in some context through a community. And what we need to do here in a practical sense is to encourage minorities to form associations and to encourage states to enact legislation that makes it easier for minorities to form associations. And what does that mean in practice? Once a minority has an association, it gives them a practical legal face. They can open bank accounts, they can sue, they can be sued, they can receive grants, they can have elections. If I can use an example, in Australia, there's legislation that enables Aboriginal people to form their own associations. And more than 3,000 such associations have been formed where Aboriginal people form their own associations that give them a legal face. They can protect themselves, they can promote themselves, they can advocate for themselves, they can go to government, they can negotiate grants, etc. So I think a major improvement in the field of minority rights would be if we can at a greater level encourage minority communities as well as states to be incorporated so that they can promote their own interests. The final point that I will make, Chair, deals with the establishment of what I would call a regional center for specialization in the rights of minorities. Within the region that we do not really have adequate self-generated knowledge. If you go to Europe, there are two major centers, and there are other centers as well, but two major centers that I can refer to right now are the EURAC Center that many of you may have visited in South Tyrol, northern Italy, and the ECMI Center in Flensburg, and there are other centers as well. And these specialize in the research of minority rights, the protection of minority rights. They have regular workshops, they do winter schools, they do summer schools. So what they've done, they have made minority protection mainstream. And that is what our chair earlier said. How do we make minority protection more effectively mainstream? And this is what these schools have contributed in Europe, that today, talking about minority rights is not a side issue, it is a main issue. It is no longer a luxury, it is now seen as a necessity. And so within civil servants, within academics, within non-governmental organizations, the topic of minority protection has become mainstream. And so what I would encourage is that within our sub-region, more attention is given on centers or a center of excellence, of expertise, where the rights of minorities and indigenous people are studied, promoted, protected, where students can learn, where advice is given. So whenever there are conflicts within the African Middle East area, that from within solutions can be found in the same way that with Ukraine, from within Europe, these centers of expertise assist Ukrainians in order to resolve their disputes. So I close my contribution, sir, by saying I hope these 4 practical suggestions would assist in the wider deliberations. Of course, each one of us would make their own recommendation, but I hope those 4 assist in our deliberations. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor, for the important contribution. I now invite Dr. Bezar Saleh, who's an assistant professor at Hawassa University, to make his contribution. The floor is yours, Dr. Bezar.
Thank you very much, Fasil. Let me start by thanking the Tom Lantos Institute and for inviting me and organizing this forum. As has already been said by previous speakers, minority situations have different contexts.
I think there is a feedback. There's a problem with the sound.
Which I would like to.
Hello, Bezar. I think there is some connection problem with Professor Bezar. So I think it's better to move to Leila and sort out the connection.
Issues, for instance, largely managed from
Hello. I think there's a connection problem with Bezar. So until the issue is sorted out, let's just move to Leila Alodad's contribution, and then we'll get back to Bezar's presentation. So Leila, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Fasil. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please proceed.
Excellent. Well, thank you so much. And thanks for inviting me to speak at this important forum. My focus today will be on highlighting the shortcomings of the normative framework for minority protection when it comes to the rights and realities of minority and indigenous women and girls. I will attempt to bring attention to the additional burden they bear due to the complex and intersectional systems of oppression that target them. And I will argue for an inclusive, gendered, and transformative approach to combating discrimination against minorities. It will not come as a surprise that the discrimination faced by women and girls within the private and public sphere takes an additional and more complex dimension when they are members of a minority or an indigenous community. Neither would the reality that discrimination against minorities is a gendered crime that impacts people at the receiving end differently based on their sex and gender. Nevertheless, the normative frameworks for combating discrimination against minority and those combating gender discrimination and violence against women remain binary, linear, and hence inadequate. And while both minority and indigenous men and women are vulnerable to discrimination by the majority population and by the state, the experiences of women and girls are distinct. The discrimination they face, together with men in their group from the outside, does not spare them the gender-based discrimination and violence imposed by the patriarchal hierarchies within their minority group. In fact, many minority women face a distinct gender-based violence and discrimination because they are regarded within the minority community as carriers of the community's honor and guardians of its bloodlines and culture. And this results in them being held under much stricter societal burdens than women from the majority community. These patriarchal impositions limit women's personal choices and their bodily autonomy and potential. And in most cases, such cultural assumptions are identified by men in the community and adapted unquestionably without giving adequate say to the women and girls who are most impacted by them. This does not only apply to individual experiences of discrimination, but also to the resulting conditions within which the group exists. For example, crises, conflicts, and pandemics are known to push both men and women of minority groups further into unregulated, underpaid, and invisible professions, as we've seen recently. However, women face these conditions with an additional risk of violence, abuse, potential trafficking, and denial of justice. The past few decades witnessed a wealth of literature on the multiple interlocking identities that shape people's lives. And this literature highlighted the needs to recognize the ways that different discriminations intersect and overlap so we can make tangible steps to eliminate them and remedy their historic impact. And while more efforts are being made to identify and document and respond to this intersectional burden, there continues to be a gap in the normative framework as well as the literature and practice. And despite some attempts to adapt the intersectional approach to understanding and combating multi-layered discrimination, the international human rights law continues to place people within a single category, creating parallel systems and regimes of prohibition, accountability, and access to justice. Such a siloed approach adds to the isolation of minority women and limits their ability to organize and capitalize on the solidarity of groups who share their diverse and multiple identities. Women from minority communities find it sometimes prohibitively difficult to raise the discrimination they face within their community, because this will affirm stereotypes against men from the community or make them targets of law enforcement forces that historically and systematically victimize minorities and discriminate against them. Similarly, women from minority communities have highlighted that the challenges they face within the women movement that are sometimes unable to see beyond the concerns of the privileged majority. Instruments that deal with the rights of minorities and indigenous peoples, including the UNDM, generally adopt a gender-blind language, assuming that the realization of such individual protection will naturally remedy the experiences of women and men alike. This is evidently not true, and only results in overlooking the disproportionate impact and victimization of minority women and girls. And while some regional instruments, like the Council of Europe Framework Convention, have stated that they shall not be construed as limiting any of the human rights that have been accepted by contracting parties, this would count as limiting harm rather than creating the space for an intersectional understanding. The UN Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination Against Women, I'll refer to it as CEDAW, used a similar approach in assuming that protecting individuals against discrimination is sufficient and failed to adequately address the distinct nature of discrimination incurred by minority and indigenous women. And the maintenance of racial or ethnic discrimination and of sex and gender-based discrimination as two mutually exclusive categories without drawing linkages between them has been reinforced by institutional separation. So despite the constant efforts by feminist groups and by groups working on the rights of minorities, this continued to be the case. So monitoring committees that are established under the international treaty, both CEDAW and CERD, must redouble their efforts to acknowledge and create precedents to show that the multiple discrimination do not operate independently, but intersect and reinforce each other with adverse consequences for the enjoyment of human rights. This demand also applies to special rapporteurs and to other groups of eminent experts, as well as charter and treaty bodies. So to conclude, I would argue that an intersectional approach that seeks to capture the structural consequences of the interaction between various forms of discrimination or systems of subordination and oppression is a fundamental tool to address the disproportionate impact and grave victimization faced by minority women and girls. So to put out there my recommendations, which echo a lot of the recommendations we've already heard. First, as the current normative framework for the protection of minority remains insufficient, efforts must continue to pursue a binding treaty. And such treaty must address the serious omission in the UNDM, where it failed to address the disproportionate impact on minority women and girls, and should explicitly demand the prohibition of gender-based discrimination against them. And second, more comprehensive intersectional approach is needed towards binding treaties against discrimination like CERD and CEDAW. Treaty committees and special rapporteurs and other eminent experts, as well as charter and treaty bodies, should fully integrate an intersectional analysis and address the distinct experiences and needs of minority women and all women with multiple identity. And thirdly, efforts must continue to unpack the use of culture in the context of individual and collective rights of minority communities. The full participation of minority and indigenous women is needed to identify cultural norms and practices to ensure that they are relevant to the entire minority population and are not used to impose or justify harm to minority women and girls. And lastly, temporary special measures, as highlighted in the General Recommendation 25 of CEDAW, could be an efficient tool to increase the visibility, influence, and protection of minority and indigenous women and other groups suffering from multiple discrimination. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Leila, for your contribution. I think Bezar has rejoined. Please try connecting without video if you have any issues with connection. So I now give the floor to Bezar to make his contribution. Bezar, the floor is yours.
Hi, can you hear me now?
Yes, please continue. There is an
Hi, fast. Yeah. Okay, let me try. So earlier I was just saying minority situations have different contexts around the world. And I was also
I think Bezar, there is feedback, there is echo.
Maybe that's one of the reasons specifically became in extending to okay. That is so, including why my video is not working. I don't know. How about now?
It is better now. Please continue.
It's better. Okay. Let me continue quickly. So in Africa, for instance, minority situations have different contexts than maybe in Europe or in the Americas. In Africa, minority usually emanate from this vestige of colonialism. So on the one hand, partitioned the same community or communities into different political and state boundaries, into different nation states. And on the other, piece of different economies that have largely been living out. So shall I continue or Fashil, what do you think?
I think that we shouldn't miss this important presentation just with the echo and the disconnection. So the technical group, is there anything that we can do to address this concern?
Hi, Fazil, it's Sean. And Bezar, I've sent you some details about how you can join the meeting by mobile phone rather than through your internet connection. So I think perhaps that may be the way to address this. You'll still be able to give your presentation that way. So I've sent the details to you, Bezar, to your email.
Okay. So until the issue is sorted out, then we can open the floor for participants to make interventions and their statements. I would like to reiterate that participants will have about 3 minutes to make their intervention and contribution. They can also use the chat form, the Interratio platform, to also make their contribution. So I will give the floor to participants in order of they raise their hands. So I see that one person raised their hand. So please raise your hand so that we can have first round of intervention.
Honorable Albertin.
Okay, the first, Gendi, Y-E-I Gendi. Honorable Abu Bakri.
Honorable Abu.
Just one at a time.
Okay, should I start?
Yes, please.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Honorable Chairman. I'm speaking today on my own behalf as an Egyptian minority rights defender. I would like to start by a recurring question that I often get. Why focus on minorities? Aren't all citizens equal under the law? This question represents a watering down of the specific issues and experiences that minorities face. Nominal equality does not preclude different groups from having different experiences. Rather, it is inequality in its very essence that leads states to ignore these experiences in their policymaking. I give the example of Patrick Zaki, who in February 2020 was arrested in Cairo airport. After more than 19 months in pretrial detention, he was referred to court for an article he wrote discussing the specific experiences as a Coptic Christian in Egypt. I give the example of lawyer Mohammed al-Baqir, who is still behind bars as we speak, and has been explicitly questioned in the interrogations on his shadow report to the UPR on the violations against the Nubian community. I give the example of jailed researcher Ismail Standarani, who spoke about the situation of Sinai Bedouins in Egypt, and then received a 10-year prison sentence in a military trial. It is shameful, Honorable Chairman, that we discuss the equality of citizens and then dismiss and criminalize minorities' experiences or label them as false news. Today, in Egypt, among the scores detained behind bars, minority rights defenders and activists have been forcibly disappeared, arrested, tortured, and when released, banned from traveling. Their common crime is that they dared to discuss the violations the group has faced. Let them out. Let those on travel bans fly. A key word that is missing, Mr. Chairman, is recognition. In 2019, Egypt underwent its Universal Periodic Review. And in the adoption of the recommendations, it systematically removed the word minority that came 4 times in the recommendations given to it. It argued there are no minorities in the country. This discourse, the lack of recognition, makes states fail to engage constructively within the human rights framework with the diverse needs and identities of its own people. Considering the discussion of minorities as prima facie contrary to the principle of equality and non-discrimination is a huge misunderstanding of the UNDM, which leads some states to its de facto rejection. Honorable Chairman, let us not forget how in this region, colonial powers politicize minorities' grievances to divide and rule countries they colonize and shed a dark shadow on the term. In the MENA region, an objective definition of minorities applied to all states with spaces for national contexts to negotiate the definition will help states go beyond the historic colonial connotations given to the term and enable constructive engagement with the rights and demands of their people. Furthermore, I believe there must be a stronger oversight and monitoring mechanisms beyond the forum, mainstreamed into the work of treaty bodies review committees. Based on indisputable objective criteria of who minorities are, treaty bodies would request states to present periodic reports and answer questions on the state of minority rights. Finally, I call for support on the need to expand the scope of the UNDM to include sexual minorities, the LGBTQ+ community, who is struggling for the recognition of their rights in many countries in the Middle East and North Africa, and are facing arrests and tortures in custody simply because of their gender identity or sexual orientation. I thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much for your contribution. Let me now give the floor to Honorable Abu Bakri. The floor is yours.
Est-ce que vous m'entendez? Bonjour, vous m'entendez? Vous m'entendez? Bon, merci, monsieur le modérateur, de m'avoir donné la parole pour parler un peu du droit des minorités.
Yes, please continue.
Yes. Merci de m'avoir donné la parole pour parler du problème des minorités, en particulier le problème des enfants surtout handicapés, qui subissent beaucoup de problèmes au niveau de l'Afrique, particulièrement en Mauritanie, et que l'État mauritanien a fait beaucoup d'actions en faveur de cette groupe minoritaire, en particulier les enfants polyhandicapés qui bénéficient d'un cash transfert. Mais pour la prise en charge médicale, on a des insuffisances. On aimerait vraiment que le rapporteur des groupes de minorités puisse attirer l'attention de la Mauritanie pour cette catégorie qui doit bénéficier d'une attention particulière de nos États, en particulier du système des Nations Unies. En tant que rapporteur du comité des experts sur le droit et bien-être de l'enfant, donc cette question des minorités, en particulier des enfants, nous préoccupe sur le continent et en particulier au niveau mondial. On aimerait en tout cas que le rapporteur fasse plus attention à cette catégorie d'enfants dont le comité a créé même un groupe des enfants handicapés. On a créé un groupe des enfants en milieu du travail. Ce sont un groupe minoritaire qui subit beaucoup d'exactions sur le continent en particulier dans le monde. On aimerait vraiment que le rapporteur spécial dans ces excursions dans les pays, dans les États partis, de bien vouloir prêter attention particulière aux enfants. Et je nomme aussi les femmes des minorités en général. Nous demandons les femmes d'ascendance servile, surtout les femmes qui ont besoin d'avoir une attention particulière de la part du gouvernement mauritanien. Donc, on aimerait que le rapporteur spécial dans ses visites dans les États partis qui ont signé ces conventions prête beaucoup attention à ces femmes d'ascendance servile, des femmes qui aujourd'hui se torpillent dans la pauvreté, dans l'ignorance, dans le manque d'accès à la participation politique dans les pays respectifs. Aujourd'hui, vraiment, on aimerait que le rapporteur puisse prêter attention particulière à ces groupes vulnérables, surtout les enfants en situation de handicap, où il y a des familles qui cachent les enfants pour les handicapés, des familles qui ne veulent pas que les enfants bénéficient des prestations parce que ça stigmatise un peu la famille. On aimerait que ces minorités soient prises en compte par le rapporteur spécial sur les droits des minorités et que vraiment, en tout cas au sein du comité des experts sur le droit et bien-être de l'enfant, on aimerait que ce rapporteur prête attention à cette catégorie et qu'au niveau du continent, nous sommes en train de faire des efforts pour que cette catégorie soit prise en compte dans toutes les instruments de l'Union africaine, mais on aimerait aussi qu'au niveau des Nations Unies, que ces enfants soient pris en compte, surtout dans le droit de ces enfants.
There is an issue with the French-English interpretation. There is echo. We hardly hear you.
Est-ce que vous m'entendez?
Is it possible to address the problem?
Yeah, the problem it is. Est-ce que vous m'entendez? Vous m'entendez? You listen me? Le problème crucial, c'est la prise en charge des droits des minorités, tels que les enfants handicapés et les femmes d'ascendance servile, surtout à Mauritanie, que le rapporteur spécial, dans ce rapport, fait attention à cette catégorie. Vraiment, on aimerait que vraiment le rapporteur met l'accent sur ces groupes vulnérables qui sont des minorités dans les pays du tiers-monde et qui subissent beaucoup de violations de leurs droits au niveau du continent et dans le monde de façon globale. Aujourd'hui, selon les données de l'OMS, selon la stratégie des handicapés de l'Union africaine, c'est une population qui est en croissance dans le monde. Et surtout, il y a un phénomène nouveau au niveau de l'Afrique, c'est les personnes de troisième âge. Les personnes de troisième âge, les personnes âgées, aujourd'hui, ils sont laissés à eux-mêmes. Parfois, on les voit dans la rue, ils sont sans abri. Je crois que le rapporteur spécial doit faire attention à ces minorités qui sont de nouveaux phénomènes qui repassent en Afrique et dans le monde. Comme la stratégie du troisième âge que l'Union africaine a mis en place, on voit que...
Please conclude.
Yeah, yes.
You overuse your time, so please conclude.
Yes, en conclusion, on aimerait que le rapporteur spécial prenne en compte la question des minorités que les enfants handicapés, les femmes d'ascendance servile, les personnes de troisième âge, qui sont de nouveaux phénomènes au niveau de l'Afrique et dans le monde, qui subissent beaucoup de violations de droits. On le voit parfois dans la rue sans abri. C'est une question importante, c'est une question innovante que le rapporteur doit prendre en compte dans la question des droits des minorités. Merci.
Thank you very much, Honorable Rabbi Bakri. So let me move to mid-motion. Please make your contribution in less than 3 minutes. The floor is yours. Med Mohsen. So please unmute.
الساكت محمد محسن رئيس جمعية تماجيت للحقوق والحريات والثقافة الأمازيغية. جمعية تماجيت للحقوق والحريات والثقافة الأمازيغية. نخدم على أمازيغ تونس في تونس، جانب ثقافي وحقوقي. نحن نعتبر من الأقليات اللغوية. اللغة الأمازيغية مهدأ بالاندثار بعد هذا الجيل، معناها تهديد فعلي وكبير برشا. نحن كجمعيات أمازيغية، نتحدث كجمعيات أمازيغية وكأمازيغ تونس، عندنا مشاكل كبيرة في حماية ثقافتنا ولغتنا بخص وحول تعريب الأمازيغ الناطقين، أو حتى تعريب معناها الثقافة الأمازيغية. حتى الجمعيات حسب تجربتنا نحن كجمعية أمازيغية، حتى تعامل الجمعيات الأجنبية وخاصة الأوروبية معنا تتعاملش معنا كخطر كبير. حتى في التمويل ما يتمش تمويلنا. ديما السؤال شكون يسمع فيكم، شكون يتبع فيكم، معناها الجانب العددي والعدد نتاع الأمازيغ الناطقين ماشي ويقل بدرجة كبيرة. نحن حتى بالنسبة نحبوا معناها الدعم مالي لتعليم والحفاظ على اللغة الأمازيغية من طرف الأمم المتحدة أو الهياكل التابعة للأمم المتحدة. زين نحب تسجيل التراث والثقافة الأمازيغية في التراث العالمي لليونسكو، عن طريق زاد اليونسكو بتبسيط الإجراءات دون المرور عن طريق الدولة، لأن الدولة هي بيدها مشكلة مش حل. القيام محاولة قيام بدورات لاكتساب المهارات حتى يتسنى.
Please conclude. You are running out of time.
في اليونسكو. وفما برشا مشاكل ونشكركم على هذا الفورم.
Okay, thank you very much for your contribution. So I'm informed that Bezar has reconnected. So before I give the floor to other participants, let me invite Bezar to make his contribution first. Bezar, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Fasi. I apologize for the problem, whatever the problem was earlier, which I couldn't really figure out. I hope you can hear me well now. So
yes, please.
Earlier,
continue.
I was just saying, okay, thank you, Fasi. Earlier, I was saying how minority situations are different from one place to the other, and how that they are context bound. And I was trying to connect this statement with situations in Africa. The situation or the context of minorities in the African scenario is largely molded or carved out by this vestige of colonialism. The colonial era, on the one hand, has partitioned communities or a single community into different political and state boundaries, meaning a single community can be found in 1, 2, or 3, 4 states. And also on the other hand, colonialism has also brought together totally alien communities who were previously autonomous in the context of culture, economy, or political administration into a single political unit. This has largely created the situation of majority-minority dilemma in many African countries. Now, by the time colonialism ended, African countries started to build their nation building strategies. And unfortunately, many African countries by that time were not ready to recognize this internal diversity that was mainly carved out by colonialism. And in fact, many African countries adopted the motto, let's kill the tribe to build the nation. So minority accommodation was not among the agenda in the nation building strategy of many African countries. Now, as a result of which, many African countries, including the African Union, the then OAU, declared colonial boundaries as sacrosanct. And these African countries, pursued this notion of liberal constitutionalism, largely writing their constitutions on the basis of the individual. All these strategies led to the fact that minority claims in one way or the other were suppressed. And if in any place minority claims were put to the public discourse, they were even militarily dealt with. So it's only recently that many African countries have come to terms with their internal diversity, have now understood that they have to clearly address the issue of minorities, perhaps at a constitutional level. So the 1990s was a major point of departure in this regard. So many African countries started to adopt or have adopted since then a federal or a decentralized model of governance, which clearly recognizes minorities at a constitutional level. I think the best example in this regard could be Ethiopia, perhaps Nigeria as well, and many other African countries. One can mention also Kenya and South Africa. Now, while many African countries made this paradigm shift of directly addressing minorities through a system of governance, one area that has largely been ignored is the international human rights framework that has also tried to see the issue of minorities. You have the UN system, you have regional systems, and to an extent, some sub-regional frameworks as well. So what I want to focus is not on the federal or decentralized model of responding to minority questions, but what I would like to focus on is on what I have already said, that this largely ignored international human rights frameworks, which are both, some of them minority sensitive, some of them non-minority sensitive documents and their normative interpretations. So again, during the 1990s, the development of international minority rights norms was on the rise for a number of reasons, especially reasons that pertain to whatever was going on in Eastern Europe, the collapse of the Soviet Union, etc. So then this
Bezar, we lost you. Can you hear me?
Sensitive documents were starting to emerge, one among which is the Universal Declaration. as I've already said in the beginning of my presentation, minority situations are not only context dependent, but are also relative in their very nature. The international human rights system largely seems to be very much concerned about these national minorities that can be identified at the national level. But at the same time, when countries, especially many African countries, since or after adopting this federal or decentralized model of governance to address minority issues, these models of governance have also, in one way or another, and very unfortunately, replicated the minority question at sub-state levels or at local levels in some instances. Now, what I wanted to focus here is on whether these international human rights norms are, in one way or the other, capable of addressing this ever-evolving minority problem, the problem of perhaps regional minorities. The UN Declaration on Minorities, it has a lot of innovative provisions, but I would like to point out one area that perhaps could be instructive, where it says persons belonging to minorities should also have adequate knowledge of the society as a whole. I think this statement illustrates that minority protection does not aim at creating atomized groups, so that accommodationist minority protection mechanisms need to be complemented with measures focusing on intercultural communication and integration. I think multiculturalism is important, but at the same time, interculturalism is also very vital. So this is a very important consideration for many African countries where a process of ethnic antagonization has been and is currently unfolding. I think in this regard, there are also innovative decisions made by the Human Rights Committee of the ICCPR. A lot of cases can be mentioned. Some of them are not so positive. For
Bezar, we lost you. We lost you again. Can you hear me? Bezar, can you hear me?
Hi, Fasil, can you hear me?
I can hear you now. It was interrupted. Just start from where we lost you, just to keep track of
okay.
what.
So I was just saying that which monitors the implementation of Article 27 of the ICCPR has given some innovative and groundbreaking decisions. Some of them were instructive, some of them were not so instructive. For instance, in the Valentine versus Canada case, there was this missed opportunity by the Human Rights Committee to address the issue of regional minorities head on, although perhaps the committee sidestepped on it. But down the line, the Human Rights Committee has given some important considerations in the Antonia Ignante versus Latvia case, in the Namibia case as well. But in this regard, in addressing sub-state groups as minority communities, the African system has taken a very important leap forward. I think it is important to mention two cases, the Ogoni case and the Ogiek community case in Kenya. Both decisions have interpreted the African Charter on Human and People's Rights. The Charter is not a minority-specific document. It does not mention minorities by name, but it has this consideration of peoples. And the African Commission in the Ogoni case and the African Court on the Ogiek case has come out very clearly in considering people, not only to refer to people of a certain nation or a certain country, but also people to refer to sub-state groups. And as sub-state groups, in one way or the other, they are entitled to some form of protection. So this, I would say, is a very important leap forward consideration in trying to give fortification to regional minorities, which unfortunately, as I've already said earlier, the international or the regional human rights systems, which largely focus on minorities that are considered at the national level. But minority considerations, especially those violent or currently, in one way or the other, relates the international framework has to be very proactive in one way or the other, recognizing regional minorities as a subject of consideration. So, in conclusion, so we know that there are several human rights documents that apply to individuals, including members belonging to minorities. But these human rights instruments perhaps deal with the issue of minorities on the context of equality and non-discrimination. And we know that those things through the years have not become adequate in fortifying minority communities. So minority communities need specific protection more than recognizing individual rights. So what I would like to argue is that the rights that apply to national minorities should also apply to minorities found at sub-state levels. So in many of the decisions that the Human Rights Committee that I have mentioned earlier seems to recognize, although not very clearly, that sub-state communities are a subject of minority rights protection. So I would like to present this as one recommendation in the sense that when international human rights mechanisms that are available internationally or at the regional level, when they are applied domestically, the argument is that they also not only apply to national minorities, but also minorities that are found at sub-state levels. UN conventions, including the ICCPR and other documents like the International Convention on Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights. These documents have direct applicability, enforceability at the domestic level because many countries have ratified them. And as a result of which, these documents shall give important fortification at the domestic level. Non-binding UN documents have considerable moral authority and could therefore induce domestic minority protection mechanisms. And this requires and should encourage countries to take positive measures, some of which have already been outlined by the UN standard setting documents, albeit largely in general terms, leaving considerable discretion to states. And the quasi-jurisprudence of the UN committees should also be used to ensure the fulfillment of these rights at domestic levels. Thank you very much, Fasil. Apologies, and thank you very much for your patience.
Okay, thank you very much, Bezar, for your contribution. So I now open the floor again for contributions, interventions from participants. Be reminded that you will have up to 3 minutes, maximum of 3 minutes to make your contribution. Also be advised that you can submit your recommendations in writing via the chat function, or you can send email to Marcus. The address is provided in the chat function. I now give the floor to Jeremia to make an intervention. Jeremia, the floor is yours.
Hello?
Yeah, we can hear you. Please proceed.
Thank you. I'm speaking on behalf of the Kurdish people as a human rights activist. The stateless Kurdish people have been suffering from, sorry. Is my voice clear?
Yes, please continue. We can hear you.
The stateless Kurdish people have been suffering from a systematic, economical, linguistic, religious, and ethnical discrimination for over 100 years under the four states of Iran, Turkey, Syria, and Iraq. The human rights situation in Middle East, and especially in Kurdish inhabited areas, is at a horrific stage. Today, according to the United Nations, over 70,000 Kulbars, known as cross-border civilian labor, who are employed to carry goods on their backs across the borders of Iran, Iraq, Syria, and Turkey, are suffering from extensive financial issues caused by the governments. This humanitarian disaster has been one of the main issues that the Kurds are dealing with in Iran, and it is directly related to the systematic discriminations mentioned before. Each year, hundreds of these workers get killed and wounded by the Iranian military forces, whom some of them are under the age of 18 and also women. There are no national or international mechanisms or laws to protect these people and their lives or provide them with a better life condition. The United Nations and other international human rights organizations need to demand the Iranian government to stop this indirect form of genocide against our people. The discriminations against people varies in different forms. Besides the economical discrimination, which has resulted in the existence of Kulbars, the Iranian and Turkish governments also limit the Kurdish people from learning their language and deny their right of mother language. As of today, several Kurdish teachers have been jailed only for teaching their language, and the Kurdish language is totally banned from the educational system. The Turkish and Iranian governments constantly bomb the Iraqi Kurdistan region, and it has resulted in death of hundreds of civilians during the past few years. After the invasion of northeast Syria by the Turkish army in 2018, hundreds of thousands of people in Afrin region have been displaced and ethnically cleansed from their lands. Obviously, the issues that Kurds deal with under these four states are more than this, and they cannot be all mentioned at once. And I only mentioned these to create a general perspective over the issues. Nevertheless, we plead to the international community and the United Nations to recognize our issues and help us protect our lives. Thank you so much for the time.
Thank you, Jeremiah, for your contribution. I now move to Nigwani. Please turn on your mic and also your video.
Right. Well, thank you so very much, Mr. Moderator. I have just two quick comments to make. With regard to, I don't know whether some of the speakers in the course of the program of today and tomorrow would be able to address this too. Already the first one is on law enforcement. I'm glad that Professor Fernand Varens was able to raise that, because it's good to have all these laws, but how can we actually pursue that these laws are complied with? I think these are the issues we face, especially at the level of domestic remedies, at the level of domestic policies. They are created very well, but exactly how do we make sure that the relevant persons are able to comply with the laws that have to do with minority rights? The second point is, I don't know whether the person who spoke on behalf of the African Commission, I'm not too sure I got this very clearly, but I'm sure he knows that the African Commission on Human and People's Rights, with the creation of the Working Group on Minorities and Indigenous Population, there are issues that have been raised on the possible separation of minorities away from indigenous populations. In other words, the working group itself is a special mechanism, but I think voices are now being raised on how we can separate these two so that we give more visibility to minorities, because as far as we know, since its creation, the focus has been a little bit more on indigenous populations. I don't know whether that is being addressed, and hopefully that between today and tomorrow, Mr. Moderator will be able to have some kind of response to these two issues that I have raised. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I now give the floor to Fuad to make his intervention. Fuad, please turn on your camera and mic if possible.
الخير. مساء الخير لكم جميعا في هذا اللقاء الجيد والشيق والذي استمرينا فترة طويلة نحن نتمنى أن نصل إليه. معكم فؤاد الصلوي، زميل أقدم في المفوضية السامية لحقوق الإنسان في اليمن. سأتحدث في هذه الدقائق البسيطة حول معاناة الأقليات اليمنية، وبالذات أقليات المهمشين التي أنا أمثلهم في المفوضية. الأقليات في بلادنا تعيش بين صراعين، بالذات أقلية المهمشين، فهم بين الحوثيين في الشمال والشرعية في المناطق الجنوبية، فهم يتعرضون لأشد أنواع التمييز والإقصاء والتهميش، فيتعرضون للتجنيد الإجباري في مناطق الحوثيين وكذلك في بعض المناطق المحسوبة على الشرعية. لدينا أحد المهمشين في سجون الحوثيين منذ أكثر من 20 سنة، وهو لم يتعرض لمحاكمة عادلة لأنه مهمش ولأنه أسود، وما زال التمييز العنصري يمارس عليه وهو في سجنه منذ أكثر من 20 سنة وهو في السجن. قبل لحظات كانت زوجته تتصل لي وأنا في هذا اللقاء، تتصل لي وأنا أرفض المكالمة حتى تسألني ماذا صنعتم لهذا، وهو له أكثر من 20 سنة متهم بقضية قتل، ولكنه لم يتعرض لأي محاكمة عادلة، وإنما حكم عليه بالإعدام لأنه مهمش ولأنه أسود. هناك أحد الزملاء ذكر أنه لحماية الأقليات لابد أن تكون هناك مكاتب إقليمية في دول الإقليم، ونحن مثلا في اليمن نتمنى أن نحصل على مكاتب محلية أو وطنية تهتم بقضايا الأقليات وقضايا المهمشين بالذات في اليمن. مكاتب وطنية محلية ربما تكون تتبع المفوضية السامية لحقوق الإنسان أو تتبع المقرر الخاص المعني بالأقليات في العالم تحت إشراف المفوضية. هذه المكاتب تعمل على دعم وحماية حقوق المهمشين أولاً والأقليات بشكل عام في اليمن، لأنهم يتعرضون لأبشع أنواع التمييز العنصري، فهم مقصيون في الجانب السياسي. فلا نجد من المهمشين من يصل إلى وظيفة مهمة في الدولة أو منصب حكومي يفيده ويفيد أسرته. الوظائف التي يحصل عليها المهمشون في اليمن هي أدنى وظائف السلم الاجتماعي، وهي كنس الشوارع وتوسيع ويعني تنظيف الأماكن العامة. الوظائف تسمى في اليمن البلدية. هذه أقصى الوظائف التي يحصل عليها المهمشون في اليمن، هي تنظيف وأخذ المخلفات من الشوارع. مستحيل أن نجد أحد المهمشين وصل إلى أي منصب مدير عام أو إدارة هامة حكومية، فضلا عن استخدامهم في المشاركة السياسية يستخدموا فقط كمرشحين يرشحون غيرهم، ولا يحق لأي مهمش أن يقدم نفسه لمجلس بلدية أو مجلس محلي أو عضو مجلس النواب، وكلهم فقط يستخدم صوتهم ويستغل من أجل إيصال الآخرين إلى مراكز صنع القرار، وهم بعد ذلك يعيشون في أدنى طبقات السلم الاجتماعي في اليمن. أتمنى من هذا المنتدى أن يخرج بقرارات وتوصيات تعمل على الاهتمام بفئة المهمشين والأقليات ظروفهم المعيشية والصحية والتعليمية، فهي خطوة هامة في الاتجاه الصحيح. فلو أردنا في اليمن أن نعزز حقوق الأقليات وحقوق المهمشين بشكل خاص، فعلينا أن نهتم بهم وأن نضغط على الحكومة اليمنية المختلفة سواء في الشمال أو في الجنوب. هذا ما أردت أن أشارك به زملائي في هذا المنتدى، وأشكركم جزيلا على إتاحة الفرصة لي، وشكرا مرة أخرى.
Thank you very much, Fuad, for your contribution. Allow me to ask panelists to revert back to some of the interventions that are made, and to give general feedback on some of the points. So in order set out in the program, let me first invite Professor De Villiers to make the first contribution, and then we'll follow by the order. Professor, the floor is yours.
Chair, thank you very much. I will just respond to 3 points because, of course, there are different contributions. The first is the definitional issue of minority and indigenous people. This is indeed a matter which is not only relevant to Africa, it's also relevant to Asia, to South America. And that is what type of rights are granted to indigenous people, what type of rights are granted to minorities, and how do they differ. And these are issues that have not been resolved. As we know, there's no definition in international law of indigenous people. There's no definition of minority. Interesting enough, in South Africa, the South African Constitution talks about a community. So South Africa, when the Constitution was drafted, tried to stay away from minority versus indigenous and simply spoke about the word community. But then again, community is not defined. So this remains an issue that international law and practitioners are struggling with, how to define these concepts. The second point is the idea that minority protection should be separated from indigenous, and I can understand why. But at the same time, they share certain communalities. Both are minorities in number, both want to exercise collective rights, both are concerned about their culture, their identity, often their land, often how they should be consulted. So I think while there is, on the one hand, merit to separate indigenous protection from minority protection, these communities can also cooperate because legally they struggle with the same issue. Even though the origin, how they come to that issue may differ, legally they have exactly the same issue. The third point that is made is the question about legal enforcement, that we have all these wonderful international statements, protocols, but they are not enforced. And of course, that is a problem in a world where democracy is not the most popular form of government, and where nations easily fall back into all types of non-democratic methods. Minority rights will always be at a normative level an ideal that we strive towards. We will never achieve a perfect solution in the same way that with individual rights, we don't achieve perfect solutions. I mean, we have international binding law on indigenous rights, and you look at the world and it's a disaster of poverty, discrimination, war, civil war, murder, etc. So I think what we are looking at is to have binding international standards for minority protection, and that will then slowly work through into nations to encourage nations to comply with those. But we won't see the end of the debate soon. Thank you.
Very much, Professor. So I now give the floor to Leila Aloda to make final comments. The floor is yours, Leila.
Thank you so much, Fasil, and thank you everybody for excellent comments and interventions. I will just echo and share my support to some of the comments and interventions that were made. I definitely support and back the statements made by colleagues from Egyptian, Yemeni, Kurdish, and other minorities sharing the plight of their people. I definitely echo and support the demands for more regional work done and expanding the scope of minority work on minorities to include sexual minority and others, as stated by colleagues. My second point is to also echo Bez's point on the impact of colonial powers on the politicization of minorities, and I'd like to expand that to highlight the colonial impact of the politicization of the fight for minority rights, and how we have now an opportunity led by the Global South to expand and redefine the way we fight for rights, both individual and collective. There is a big movement to decolonize, to rethink the way we identify and fight for rights. And this is a great place for all of us to come together and bring the knowledge, expertise, and experiences of the Global South to redefine this. And people in this session and otherwise would know the exact impact of such work on the daily struggles we have and our struggle for an international law and international doctrine that includes everybody. And lastly, I want to stress the overlapping work with decolonial movements around the world, particularly those who are reconsidering race and racial inequality. Minorities fall as undefined as they are. Let's use that fluidity to back causes that are so starkly righteous out there, including the fight against racial inequality, racialized international law, and redefine a colonial aspect and a colonial perspective to applying international law in the Global South. So it is perhaps it's an attempt to tie our work on the international framework and normative framework with the activism, the acknowledging the work of both minority communities and international lawyers around the world to bring these two aspects together, hoping for a decolonial and new Global South-led perspective to the fight for minority rights and for the rights of all. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Laila, for your final comments. Bezar, are you here? So let me give the floor to Bezar to make his final contribution as well. Bezar, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you, Fasil. Yeah.
Bezar, I think there is an interruption. Can you repeat what you were saying? We can't hear you, Bezar.
Yeah.
We still can't hear you.
Oh, this is very unfortunate. This is very unfortunate. Can you hear me now?
It's a little bit better, but just try to speak up and let's see if that works.
Just simply say 2 or 3 statements in conclusion to what I've already been saying during my presentation. So from my presentation, I think it is become clear that there are a range of human rights documents, both legally binding and non-binding ones, pertinent for the protection of national minorities, which have been adopted by the United Nations. And the base of this document is persons
We can't hear you, Bezar.
Can claim not only non-discrimination and other universal rights, but also group-specific language rights, cultural rights, and the right to effective political participation. Now, what I am arguing is that understanding of national minorities and the rights that
Bezar, we can't hear you. So I'm afraid we have
other categories of
Bezar, we can't hear you.
These categories among others are these.
Okay, thank you, Bezar. We hardly hear you, so I think we should hands, more participants who would like to make intervention. Are there participants who would like to make an intervention? Few final points. Okay, I see no hands. So I think we should wrap up early. We have about 20 minutes left as per the program, but because of the connection issue with Bezar, and also because we don't have hands raised, so I think we should close it early. So I would like to thank all participants for their active intervention and engagement, and also distinguished panelists for the important and comprehensive contribution you made on the issue. So thank you all. On behalf of the organizers, I would like to express my gratitude for your participation. And we'll have about 1 hour for break. So please note that, and then be back after 1 hour for the second thematic session. With that, I would like to close this session and hand over the floor to organizers. Thank you all.
Thank you, Fasil, for moderating that session and all the technical challenges. We'll reconvene at 2:30 p.m. GMT +1 for the second thematic session. So have a nice break and we'll see you all shortly. Thank you.
Bonjour.
It's not so good.
Hello, Agnes. As I can see you're connected, could we please just check your microphone and video? Okay, I can hear you. And
hello, you can hear me now?
yes, I can, and I can see you might want to just.
You can see me.
Yes, you might just want to tilt your camera down slightly.
Like this?
That's better.
Thank you.
Great, thank you. I just thought as I could see you were connected, we might as well check that you are working. So we start in about 25 minutes at 12:30, but we'll just wait for the other panelists to join, and we'll check their connections as well before we start.
No worry.
Okay, thank you, Agnes.
You're welcome.
Hannah, Hannah Forster, if you're there, I can see that you're also connected. It would be good just to test your microphone and video.
S'il vous plaît, bonjour.
Hello.
Hello. Vous parlez français ou anglais?
English,
English?
please. Yeah.
Okay. The seminar will start now or?
No, it will start at 12:30, so in 25 minutes.
Okay.
Okay. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Hannah, are you there, please? It'd be good to test your microphone. Hello, Dr. Jabareen. Can you just unmute yourself so we can check your microphone works, please?
Now, like this?
Perfect. Yeah, we can see you and we can hear you clearly.
But I don't see anybody.
No, people are still joining. So at the minute, you won't be able to see anyone. We'll start the session in about 15 minutes. We're just waiting for a couple more people to join. And then we will begin at past.
Okay. For how long time this will be like? We start 4:30 because it's until 6:30 when each of us speaking 10 minutes and no questions and answer. So I hope that we will finish earlier than 6:30.
Yes, the session is for 2 hours. After the expert presentations, there's interventions from participants. And then the moderator may well have another round to go with experts to respond to some issues that have been raised. So it's timetabled for maximum 2 hours. It may finish slightly earlier depending on the participants' interventions and engagement.
Okay, so now I will enter at 4:30?
Well, yeah, if you stay connected now, and then in just over 10 minutes, the session will begin.
Stay connected.
Okay.
Okay, so you can mute yourself and turn your camera off if you want for now, and then turn it on when we start. Thank you. Hi, Hannah. Can we please check your microphone and camera?
Yes, good afternoon.
Great.
Yes, I'm okay.
Hello. Yeah, I can hear you.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. I can hear you and see you. We're currently just waiting for Felix in Congo to join, but we should be okay to start on time at past. But I will let you know if there's any issues with Felix's connection.
Okay.
As you know, there have been some connection issues, so fingers crossed we don't have any this time round.
Yes. Okay, we'll wait for them then.
Thank you, Hannah.
Right, thank you.
Hello, Hannah. I think we can start. We are still waiting for Mr. Felix to join, but I think we move ahead with the speakers we have, and we will try to get Felix connected as soon as possible. So please, Ms. Hannah Foster, you have the floor. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sean, Dr. Fernand de Verans, UN Special Rapporteur on Minority Issues, Honorable Abdul Karim Bourradi, Secretary General of the Interministerial Delegation for Human Rights, Honorable Remy Ngoy Lumbu, Chairperson of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights and Special Rapporteur on Human Rights Defenders in Africa, Honorable Marcel Akopovo, Office of the High Commissioner Regional Representative for East Africa and the African Union, distinguished Office of the High Commissioner Regional Representatives, Madam Anna Maria Bero, Director, Tom Lantos Institute, and staff members of the Institute, Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, participants, ladies and gentlemen, all protocols respectfully observed. It is indeed an honor and privilege to participate at this Minorities.
There's a massive PowerPoint saying the exact time.
At this Minorities Forum celebrating 30 years of implementing the Declaration, which provides us with an opportunity to take stock of the state of minorities, identify gaps in the protection of minorities, assess challenges, and collectively develop strategies and recommendations for the way forward. As aptly expressed, we are going to review, rethink, and reform the contents of the Declaration. Since the adoption of the UN Declaration on the rights of persons belonging to national and ethnic, religious, and linguistic minorities in 1992, gaps and challenges in implementation of the instrument to ensure non-discrimination and inclusion of minorities have been a main cause for concern. Furthermore, these issues have increasingly become agenda items at national, regional, and global interests, as there is a discrepancy between ratification, adoption, and implementation. Violations of the rights of minorities, especially in Africa, are evident and are troubling, to say the least. The Minorities Forum has begun in full force, and this panel, no doubt, will shed light on the status of implementation of this important instrument devoted to minority rights. It will aim to share an overview of institutional mechanisms, policies, and programs, as well as share recommendations to improve the situation. We are privileged this afternoon to hear from 3 distinguished speakers in the persons of Madam Agnes Kabajuni, Managing Director, MRG International Africa, who has 16 years experience in the field of human rights, has carried out extensive research and advocacy at the national and international levels. Her area of expertise spans over cultural rights, women's rights, ethnic minorities, and indigenous rights. Our second speaker would be Mr. Felix Donko, founder and director of the Center for Human Rights and Democracy in Africa. He is a human rights lawyer and activist from Anglophone Cameroon, and he also serves as the Vice President of the African Bar Association's Central Region. Our third speaker, who is by no means the least, Dr. Hassan Jabren, founder and general director of Adala, a legal graduate from Tel Aviv University. He has been an adjunct lecturer in the law faculty in Hebrew, Tel Aviv and Haifa universities. He has published widely and is the recipient of many awards for outstanding public interest defense on various human rights issues. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, without taking too much of your time, I would like to now call on Madam Agnes Kabajuni to take the floor and make her presentation. Madam Kabajuni, the floor is yours.
Rapporteur on minorities, representative of United Nations, all minorities listening in, ladies and gentlemen, all protocols observed. I'm Agnes once again and working for Africa Regional Director for Minorities Group International, and I'm glad to be here and to celebrate the 30 years of the UN Declaration on Minorities. And I will look at two areas that the topic is focusing on, both on institutions, mechanisms, policies, and programs. And the way I looked at it, I looked at these institutional mechanisms, and I look at the United Nations institutions and mechanism, and I will be brushing through them and focus more on the challenges and the recommendations. So I look at the two monitoring mechanisms. One, the treaty-based mechanism, where we have about 10 committees. And out of the 10 committees, I would highlight on a few, about 6 of them. The Committee on Eradication of Racial Discrimination, the Committee on Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights, Human Rights Committee, CEDAW, Committee on the Rights of a Child, Committee on Migrant Workers, and Committee on Rights of People with Disability. And I think, to me, those are very closely related with the issues of minorities. Of course, all others are interdependent and interrelated. And also, I will look at these committees as a core on the implementation of the international human rights treaties. And then I will look at the charter-based mechanisms. And within this, I will look at the Human Rights Council, which is the high level of promotion of human rights. And I will look at the special procedures. There are 45 thematic mandates and 13 country mandates, comprised of independent experts, and all out for the protection of human rights, and in particular, rights of minorities, where we'll find the special rapporteur on minorities, and also where we derive the focus on Forum for Minorities. Then I will talk of Universal Periodic Review, which is a review of member states, peer review of member states, and also a very, very important mechanism for monitoring compliance and giving the opportunity of states to monitor and criticize and analyze and recommend each other's, look into each other's human rights record. All of these ones put together, plus the independent mechanism on independent investigations, which looks at commission of inquiries, especially on emergent human rights violations, which is also a very good opportunity for responding to urgent matters of human rights violations across the globe. And looking at these mechanisms and UN, you look at the interrelationships between the different mechanisms, and you also look at the interdependence nature of human rights, and also the opportunities they give in terms of promoting rights of minorities. So I looked at within the framework of a special mandate and the guidance of the special rapporteur on minorities, I looked at the mechanism on forum for minorities established by the Human Rights Council Resolution 615. And this is the basis and the home for minority rights, promotion of minority rights across the globe. And I pick a few things here in looking at the question of its relevancy, and also in its direct participation of and mobilization of ethnic minorities, and also offering and mobilizing the pool of experts in terms of sharing knowledge, in terms of input into the different issues of minorities, and also sharing best practices, and also the opportunities it gives us in bringing together different UN agencies, the national human rights institutions, academicians, NGOs, and also again, why we are here today convening these regional forums. This is a very, very important mechanism for the promotion and protection of ethnic minorities. And most important, also you look at this issue-based mechanism, which focuses on amplifying issues around hate speech, around social media, in social media, about education and learning, statelessness, conflict prevention and peace and security, and the minority languages, and so many other important and critical issues that affect the realization of minority rights. And also you look at its capacity to feed into the Human Rights Council, and in terms of the richness of the expertise that are involved, and the recommendations that come from its engagement, and the dialogue and discussions that are organized. And then I will also look at within the special mechanisms, look at the work and the presence of the special rapporteur on minority issues as a very, very significant presence in terms of protection of minorities, but also the implementation of the UN Declaration on Minorities. Because the role of the special rapporteur focuses much more on addressing barriers to realization of minorities, promote the implementation of the declaration, and also identify best practices and ensure gender perspectives are integrated, and especially most important, also cooperating and coordinating with other UN bodies. And this to me is, it brings out the capacity to increase and the protection and within expanding the framework of UN Declaration on Minorities. And they also looked at the specific current special rapporteur on ethnic minorities focus on critical issues of statelessness, because we understand that the bigger percentage of stateless people across the world come from the minority communities. And also the focus on conflicts. Previous speakers have mentioned of the role of the impact of conflicts on minority communities across the globe, and also tackling impacts of hate speech, xenophobia, and hatred against minorities. But also, most very important for the South, focusing on education and the rate of minorities. Those are very pertinent issues that the special rapporteur, as a very, very significant part of this, brings into the monitoring of minority rights. And then I also looked a little bit on the Office of the High Commission for Human Rights, and the policies and the programs they bring out. Specifically, I have only focused on 3 areas. One, the United Nations Network on Racial Discrimination have I gotten it wrong? Yes, on discrimination and protection of minorities, which is a platform that aims at enhancing cooperation and dialogue on minorities across the United Nations. This is a very, very new, it's a very, very new program of the Office of the Human Rights that actually brings out dialogue, enhances cooperation between UN agencies and programs and funds shared by themselves, and also on the focus, especially on promoting the principle of leaving no one behind, and therefore targeting at reaching out to the farthest behind, and also in its strategic plan of 2021-2025, they bring out 8 pillars that really focus on marginalization of minorities. Those are focusing on leave no one behind, they are responding to times of crisis, criminal justice, intersectionality, communication, and the knowledge hub, and UN national diversity and development. And I thought this one bridge the gap between coordination of different UN bodies that are responsible for implementation of different but yet interlinked human rights treaties, and also enhance dialogue in strategic focus on pillars of key minority challenges, strengthening the work of the UN towards the implementation of the Universal Declaration of Minorities. And I also looked at the Office of the High Commission program on minority fellowship that was established in 2005. And within this one, I look at the platform they offer for training minorities directly on understanding the human rights system in general, but also understanding the discourse on minority rights, and also providing a platform for network and to allow mentorship, inspire activism, and create the ability to influence change. So this is one of the fellowship that directly reaches out to ethnic minorities across the globe and offers them the position to set and understand more or beyond their work and they improve on their work. Then I looked at, lastly, on the innovative. This is also a very recent program of the UN Human Rights, the Office of the Human Rights on issues of addressing statelessness with an innovative, focusing on innovative award for minority artists. I found this very, very, very strategic way of again connecting with the minorities directly, but also inspiring activism and also amplifying the voices, telling the stories directly from the people who are experiencing injustices. And I thought this is one of the programs that really needs to be focused, expanded, and to improve and increase free expression and the engagement and participation of ethnic minorities across the globe. And I did not talk about the fund, but I'll focus more on the challenges. When you look at what I have summarily put across, you look, everything is perfectly very grounded for the promotion of minority rights. But if you look back on 30 years from now, we can reflect, what do we see? We still have very low presence of minority issues on the top agenda for the United Nations. And this invisibility of minorities has persistently sustained the problem of violations against minority rights. Two, also, you will realize that in most of the reports that come out from the different treaty bodies, you realize that the element of minority issues is always sidelined or left out. And to me, this is the question, because I talked of the advantage of interlinkages between bodies. But then you realize if you're going for UPR, the UPR reports in most countries will struggle to get the ethnic minority issue, minority issues in there. And also, you recognize that we still have threats to minority issues related to statelessness, persisting conflicts, displacement, land displacements, claims over territories, and the failure of development models that cause a lot of land grabbing, and also ignoring the rights of ancestral claims of minority communities. But then also you realize that we still have hate speech, like the previous speakers have said. They want to go into the details, and targeting and persecution of the minority communities because of their status. Therefore, I put across, and maybe one more, I will talk about state compliance. The states still don't take seriously the concluding observations from the different reports and recommendations to the governments.
Agnes,
I propose.
Agnes, could you wrap up, please?
Yes, please. Yes. I propose that we need to enhance and promote the United Nations that prioritize minority rights issues, and proposing more efforts to consider more legally binding treaty so that we are able to get more on the table the minority rights. I also propose that there is need to emphasize on the implementation of policies on protection of minorities and the UN at the UN state level, and promote more innovative designs and programs that reach out to the minorities. And I also propose the need to strengthen inter-mechanism relationship on minorities to ensure reporting on minority rights and visibility of issues. And also I propose to strengthen engagement of civil society from South with Forum for Minority Issues and other platforms. This must be amplified. Then also to develop the strategy for popularizing minority issues and mainstreaming it within the UN system. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Agnes, for that very comprehensive presentation. You've brought us through the different institutions and mechanisms, and wrapping up with a couple of recommendations, including a call for a more legally binding document, and as well as more protection, providing more protection, and working more on advocacy as well. I will now move on to the next speaker. Do we have Felix here? Otherwise,
Hannah, we're still trying to connect Felix. We're still trying to connect Felix.
Okay, then we'll move on to Dr. Jabare to take the floor. You have 20 minutes, sir. The floor is yours. Thank you. We can't hear you. I think you need to unmute your mic.
Yes, yes. Hi to everybody, and thank you for inviting me, and hello to you from Haifa in the Middle East, north of Palestine, Israel side. I wanted to speak about issues and problems of the declaration, UN Declaration on Minority Rights, how it appears before national courts. I am a lawyer. I have experience of more than 25 years defending national minority rights before court, and I deal with cases mainly belonging to Palestinian citizens of Israel and Palestinians live under the occupied territories, West Bank, Gaza, and East Jerusalem. So I had the opportunity time when I defend the right of Palestinian minority in Israel, Palestinian citizen of Israel, speak about minority rights and to use constitutional rights and to use the declaration. And when I argue in cases to defend the same people, Palestinian people live in West Bank, Gaza, and Jerusalem, I will use the International Humanitarian Law, IHL, the law of occupation. So it's a unique experience that the same lawyer defend the same people before the same court by two different normative mechanisms, one minority rights and one international humanitarian law, IHL. So I will focus on issues that belong to Palestinian citizens, cases that brought before the court, and in order to show the issues that, main issues, it seems, that many lawyers face in implementing the declaration. First of all, our
لا يوجد ترجمة عربية رجاء.
أنا بقدر أحكي عربي. I can speak Arabic if there is a problem. We call the organization Adala meaning justice, the legal center of Arab minority rights in Israel. It was in 1996. We choose the legal center for Arab minority rights in Israel. Choose the words Arab minority rights. Why we choose that? Due to the effect of the declaration. The declaration give us empowerment, normative tools that to say that national minority is a matter of law. So this is one of the things that at that time the declaration brought. This is why we wanted to emphasize in our name the word Arab minority rights in Israel, Arab minority, to emphasize that we are national minority. If we are national minority, thus there is a reference in the law. The law here, Article 27 of ICCPR, and the declaration, which could be the tool to give interpretation for Article 27. And this also gives us the opportunity for the first time to speak about group rights. And this is one due and thanks to Article 27 and the declaration itself. But now when we started to bring those issues before the court, Israeli Supreme Court, and to rely on Article 27 and the declaration, the first problem we face is the classical problem, the classical obstacle of Article 27. The classical issue that Article 27 doesn't speak about positive right, but say the state shall not deny group rights of the other that they want to implement those group rights within their community. So the first issue that we faced, which still until now, that yes, with due respect to the declaration, UN declaration is not having a status of international covenant like ICCPR, CEDAW, and the other international covenants that states sign. It's not the law. It could be just tool of interpretation. And the law is decided by Article 27. Article 27 say that state shall not be denied, meaning that the state should allow the other to exercise their group rights within their community, but doesn't put the duty on the state to provide those group rights, to give subsidy to use those group rights. It doesn't say that the state should speak your language. you have to speak your language. So of course, we try to challenge that through Article 26 and of the ICCPR that speak about equal rights, and 27 that you cannot reach equality without the intervention of the state. But we have to recognize that this issue is still legal problem, as long as the International Covenant in Human Rights, with our ICCPR, with our International Covenant on Social, Economic, and Cultural Rights, or Child Rights, or CEDAW, or the others, all of them, the emphasis on mainly individual rights. We don't have one article of those covenants that say state must provide and respect group rights. The word group rights as a duty on the states, we don't have it on the international covenants, and this weakens the declaration itself, although we have many decisions of rapporteurs and reports of the UN Committee on Human Rights that they dealt with interpretation of Article 27, that they say that should be interpreted differently, but still we have the other interpretation, that the other interpretation say shall not be denied, meaning that the state shouldn't be intervened. So this classical issue, classical obstacle, still valid, and we have to call as a group that the words group rights should be part of international covenant and not only through declarations. Now, other problem is that while the declaration speak about recognizing group rights, recognizing the language of the minorities, recognizing their culture and make it part of the public space, those articles of the declaration, and we can understand, don't speak to which extent to recognize those rights. Let us take the case of us, the Palestinian citizen of Israel. The Arabic language always, before the establishing of Israel, was the official language of the land. For hundreds of years, it is the official language of the land. After the Nakba, the Palestinian disaster, and establishing of Israel, many of our people became refugees, and some of us became minority in their homeland. And I belong to this group who remained in Palestine and became minority in their homeland. Now, what is the status of the Arabic language? Do I have any article that give me the power to argue that Arabic language should be an official language in Israel? No. Yes, in one side, the declaration speaks to recognize the Arabic language, to recognize national minority. But what is the meaning of recognizing here? In fact, Israel recognized the Arabic language, but it's very inferior language comparing to the Hebrew, despite the fact that we are homeland minority, and despite the fact that we are very big national minority, and despite the fact that we are the natives of the land, and our Arabic language as official language always was the language of the country. We don't have any legal tool to emphasize the status of the Arabic language as an official language. And this always used by Israeli state that the demand of the Palestinians to recognize their official language has no international legal basis. International law doesn't say in which case the language of national minority should be recognized as official language. And this is second obstacle that we say the extent of the rights, that how the states can manipulate it. The same thing like the official language come and the speaker before me emphasized that the land matters, land issues. The declaration almost has nothing to say, doesn't say a lot about land. The declaration speaks about cultural rights, language to be represented, to be appear in the public sphere, my voice to be heard, but doesn't speak about the existence itself, which many of national minorities face, their land that was colonized, and they are colonized. So the declaration doesn't give us answer about colonization. Now, because of that, we have to go to the declaration on indigenous people. But when you go to the indigenous people, also you face a problem how to define indigenous group. And as Will Kimlicka said, until now, the Western opinion define indigenous group that they are totally their way of life different than the West. But my way of life is not different than the West. But I am native, I am indigenous. Like in this way also you have issue, and I don't want to refer because it's not the subject, the declaration of indigenous, that you need to go to the indigenous declaration indigenous rights in order to cover the gap on the UN Declaration on Minorities. And here we raise the question, why in the UN Declaration on Indigenous and the rights of indigenous groups, there is serious emphasis on land and right of self-determination, and on the UN Declaration minorities, lack of this emphasis. But the same national minority could be also natives and could be indigenous group and could be homeland minority. So in fact, we left with UN declaration that speak only about cultural rights and not other main issues that other group and many groups are facing. In fact, generally speaking, when national minority is not facing security problems and they are not perceived as security threat, and there is no land confiscation against them, meaning no colonizing process, the cultural matters became easy. So even I don't need the UN declaration for cultural rights when the state is not colonizing the people and the group and its state for all of its citizens. Here, when we speak about the declaration of minority and compare it with the indigenous group, we face the issue that again also Will Kimlicka emphasized, that the differences between national minorities group. They are national minorities that originally they are immigrant Take, for example, the Turks in Germany. They can define themselves in the future as national minority and demand the group rights, and the declaration maybe will fit their rights because they don't have claims of land issues, they don't have claim of self-determination, and other only will be satisfied by recognizing their language rights, cultural rights, religious rights, and representation in public offices. But does that mean that other national minority could be satisfied by that? Take the Palestinian. The Palestinians are not similar case of the Turks in Germany because they are the natives. They became a national minority in their homeland by force without their agreement. They didn't immigrate to Israel. Thus, they are homeland minority. And homeland minority, usually they have claims of right of self-determination within the state, not as separate. And homeland minorities usually has issues of land claims. Now, homeland minorities are not only to recognize their cultural rights, but to make their cultural rights equal to the dominant group. So here, the declaration doesn't have the power to make this distinction. And the language of the declaration could be good so far as a language. I'm not speaking how you can extend the interpretation. It could be good for national minority that more or less they are close to group that they are immigrant group, but it's not give satisfaction to the claims of homeland minority. This is why now our situation in the court is different than the beginning. 20 years ago, we relied on the declaration in order to challenge Israel as Jewish state, to say that Israel cannot be Jewish state and democratic state at the same time, because Jewish state doesn't recognize the right of national minority based on the declaration. We use the declaration in order to emphasize our entity as national minority and to define ourselves as national minority. This is why we choose in the title of the name of Adala, the Arab minority rights in Israel. Adala, the legal center for Arab minority rights in Israel. But today we found that the declaration is not helpful. And more than that, our staff want to change the name. And our staff said, we are not Arab minority in Israel. We are the Palestinians in Palestine. We don't want to define ourselves as national minority. We are part of the Palestinian people, that all of us under Israel control, whether we are in West Bank, Gaza, Jerusalem, or inside the Green Line. So here again, we have this alienation of some group to define themselves today as national minority. Notice in the 90s, in the beginning of the 90s of the previous century, the language of multiculturalism was revolutionary, was something of giving power to the groups. And to say, I belong to a national minority, meaning I have support of international law. And it was challenging to say, I belong to national minority. Today, we have many groups that they don't want to define themselves. And one of those groups, Palestinian group, for example, that here we started by emphasizing the declaration and to name ourselves as a group who belong to minority. And now I am facing intifada within our staff saying we have to change the name.
5 more minutes, please.
I will stop here.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for that very interesting presentation, giving us the lowdown on the state of Palestinian as it relates to minority rights. The two presentations have been very interesting, to say the least, because when we listen to both of them, we are looking at groups of people who are characterized by marginalization or discrimination or cultural differences or even self-identity of these people, be it language or be it their geographical locations. I would want to hear more at some point from the two speakers as to how do we address these issues, because these issues contribute towards the gaps and the challenges that are being put on the table by the UN Special Rapporteur to be addressed. So what recommendations would come from Dr. Jabari and Agnes in relation to these issues? I just want to share some of the provisions of the African Charter. When one looks at the African Charter, sometimes it's like, okay, there is no specific document or instrument that is legally binding on certain issues. But there are other people who say that, no, we have more than enough instruments. The challenge is that of interpretation, because when you look at the African Charter, Articles 2 and 3, they are dealing with equality. One looks at Article 5 and it's dealing with the right to dignity. Articles 19 is looking at protection of all peoples against domination. Article 20 is looking at self-determination, right to self-determination. And Article 22 is looking at cultural development of peoples. So one looks at the different, and I'm sure when we also take a closer look at the ICCPR, there are corresponding provisions. Perhaps the thought now is, how do we bring all of these together in a holistic document? But to say that those provisions are not there, I do have some colleagues who say that it's not the fact. The provisions are there, but it's a problem of interpretation. So I will open the floor for discussion whilst the two presenters work on perhaps enlightening us more about their opinion and giving us some recommendations on these issues. Thank you very much. The floor is open. Please indicate by raising your hand so that we will be able to give you the floor. Yes, is it Yusra? You have the floor.
Thank you. I listened to you and to Mr. Hassan, but أصلاً je parle en arabe et en français plus que l'anglais يعني. تتحدث يعني الفرنساوي وعربي، عربي وفرنساوي أكتر من الإنجليش يعني.
Feel free to speak. There's interpretation.
ask the immigration amplify the number of minority? If the immigration amplify in Palestinian, amplify the number of minority? How come this?
We can't hear you.
If the immigration in Palestinian amplifies the number of minority, you hear me?
Say it in Arabic.
We can't hear you.
يسرى كلية بالعربي.
بقول يعني
Please unmute yourself.
بقول يعني ممكن أتكلم؟
Hello. يسرى.
Hello.
أنا سامعك.
هل الهجرة تؤدي إلى يعني زيادة الهجرة في فلسطين، هجرة الفلسطينيين تؤدي إلى زيادة الأقليات؟
هجرة اليهود، هجرة مين لفلسطين؟ هجرة الفلسطينيين،
هجرة الفلسطينيين
من فلسطين.
من فلسطين تزيد من الأقليات؟
شو تزيد من الأقليات؟ يعني تعمل لهم أقلية أكثر؟
Yes, let's take that question. Dr. Jabari will speak to it. Any other questions, comments on the presentations? Remember, we are looking at the status of implementation, and we want to have a closer look at institutions, policies, programs. The floor is open. Can we have interventions, please, before we ask the presenters to give their responses? None? Okay. Can we ask Dr. Jabari to respond to that particular question, please?
Yeah, the question here was if immigration, if the Palestinian will continue to leave Palestine, this will contribute to the issue of minorities or make minority crisis. If I understood the question, that means that will make the Palestinians more minority in number. So yes, and the Israel policy all the time to make the Palestinians less in their number, and Israel always define the Palestinian existence as a demographical problem, and Israel emphasized that Israel is a Jewish state in order to keep Jewish majority in Palestine, meaning to make the Palestinians all the time less than with less minority minus, and to make them shrinking in their numbers. It's one of the Israeli goals. This is why Israel the only state in the world doesn't recognize the right of family unification of the Palestinian citizen. There is no state that prohibits in law family unification of their citizens with their people. There is no one state except Israel. And the reason of that is demographical issues. Like Israel wanted to establish a Jewish state in Palestine when you had overwhelming big Palestinian population. To do that, first step was to make Palestinians, most of them, to make them as refugees and to deport them from their homeland, and then to try to make the life of the remained Palestinian in their homeland difficult in order to leave. So this is part of Israel policy. And in fact, we find it in many states where we have crisis or national conflict, that the demographical aspect still play a role between the dominant group and non-dominant group. And in some cases, it reached even a civil war because of this aspect of demography. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Agnes. Do you want to respond to the question, whether it's the lack of coordination is as a result of non-interpretation of provisions in existing legally binding documents or not? Thank you.
For me, thank you so much, Hassan, on the assessment. But for me, I equate it to the failure to respect the significance of the UN Declaration on Minorities. And I find it, although the situation of Palestine is very, very different from the context, for example, Hannah, for the Africa, there is a lot of similarities when a state decides to ignore the international law and do what they desire out of interest, pure interest. Because if you look currently what is happening in Tanzania with the Ngorongoro Maasai evictions, and the Maasai of Ngorongoro are in their territories, they have ancestral claim over those lands they've lived in ages. And I think both the African Charter and the UN Declaration on Minorities would be applicable to them. But the government have an upper hand because they know the international law is not binding on them. They can still go away with it. And I think it all goes back to the institutions I talked about earlier. And my question, rather than answering the question, I pose more questions. How much can we strengthen those institutional frameworks that are in place for us to make sure that international law is respected, state is compliant of the commitments they made within those international frameworks?
Thank you, Agnes. I have another question. What would be the value added of coming up with a legally binding document when most of these provisions are already in existing legally binding documents? And for that, there has even been decisions that have been made, for example, by the African Commission. And decisions have been made against, for example, the Kenyan government. And nothing has come, they've not even implemented those decisions. And the African Charter is a legally binding document. So what are the guarantees that another legally binding document would make a difference?
It makes a difference, Hannah, because there is, it's an advantage to have the framework in place, just the legally binding framework in place. And that's why you still have the success of the Ogiek case before the African Court, and you have the success of the Ndoro's case before the African Commission. And because you have the charter in place and you have the interpretation, the commission interpreting the charter. So what do I mean when you have a binding law on minorities? It gives the opportunity and strengthens the visibility in terms of compliance and in terms of reporting. And that's not the same as when the current form we have is not legally binding. It is reliable. Of course, I know the states may not even respect the binding instruments in place, but having them in place, one, increases the opportunities of reporting. It increases the opportunities of commitments by the government. And to me, the most important again is also, it increases also the more of the institutional framework strengthening in terms of implementing a particular framework in place. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Agnes, for making the case for a legally binding document. I was playing the devil's advocate, and I'm very pleased that you've been able to make a case for it. Dr. Jabare, please, what recommendations would you give to resolve some of the issues that challenges we've put on the table for discussion this afternoon?
I think many of the issues that I raised, they are known and covered by the literature. What I tried to show as the Palestinian as a test case for that, as case study for that. And case study, this case study can show, first of all, that without political will, whatever you have, language, binding articles, issues of national minority groups, it's similar like issue of occupation law. Without political will, serious political will, it won't be implemented in the national level. Political will is the most important thing here. Because all the time law is matter of interpretation, and here the declaration can easily take interpretation that doesn't protect fully the rights of minorities. And when you have political will, you can easily give it interpretation that strengthen the cultural rights of national minorities. So we have to recognize that law is weak in political questions. National minority rights is still considered as a political question. Occupation is political question. So this is why law is all the time the weak factor. We as a human rights activists, all the time we try to show that states violate the law, and we give all the time the active interpretation of the law to protect rights. And we have many tools to support that. As Hannah mentioned, like in Africa, you have articles that about right of self-determination, human dignity, equal rights, and all the international covenant on human rights, they include those rights, and easily, of course, to come and to give the declaration, the power based on those. But all of this still need political will. But for us as lawyers, as the rapporteurs, we can contribute and make some different thing. I think that still the need always in any report to emphasize that group rights of national minorities is not a passive rights, but always that in order to reach equal rights and group rights, the state must provide those rights, must put budget in order to ensure those rights, meaning in order to all the time to give us the right interpretation that reading Article 27 with Article 26 means that the state must take positive measures. This is something that always should be emphasized, always start any report and to give us the scope of this interpretation. It's important also, like today, that reports to find the intersection between the declaration and the UN Declaration on Indigenous Group Rights and to emphasize the issue of land matters. And land matters also part of national minority rights, especially when they face colonization process. Here, I will see that to start to consider to make differentiation between different national minorities, ethnic minority, homeland minority, natives, and other, and to address their rights differently rather than all of them are ethnic minority. And this will close the gap between the academic literature and the practice of international law or international advocacy. That also the rapporteur start to refer to those questions and to make it part of the international practice. Because many of those issues still in the writing, in the academic writing, but for us as also lawyers, important that will be part of the practice. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't read Arabic. What's the name of this person who's raised his or her hand? Written in Arabic. Please, you can take the floor before I call on Haida. Please, you have the floor. Are you there, please? Hello? Haida, you can take the floor whilst we wait for the other speaker to make an intervention. Haida?
Hannah, this is Sean. Haida seems to have an issue with her microphone, which we'll try to resolve for her.
Okay. And what about the other person? I don't speak Arabic. I can't read it, so I don't know but the hand is still up. Do you want to say something? No?
Can I, Madam Hannah?
Yes.
Can I pose a question?
Yes, please go ahead.
And
when you speak, please give us your name and affiliation so we know who's speaking.
My name is Yusra Muhammad Masoud. I am Egyptian, Muslim Egyptian. I wanted to say to Mr. Hassan, how can the negotiation and the international law solve the problem of the minority?
How
can the negotiation and the international law play a role to solve the problem of the minority?
The international law, I spoke about the limitation of the law in national conflict cases. But still, the most important thing when people ask me, well, you know that the international law didn't solve the Palestinian question. The international law didn't solve the right of self-determination of Palestinian people. The international law didn't end the occupation. The international law didn't make you Palestinian citizen in Israel equals. You still live under colonization. You still live under occupation. You still live under oppression and depressed regime, colonial regime, apartheid regime. And you have been using international law for ages as lawyers, and maybe the best international lawyers are the Palestinian lawyers because they use it constantly, all the time. My answer, it's true, but international law empower the groups. International law make the group continue with their struggle. International law say to the group that your struggle is right. I am struggling for equal right and ask the people to say Israel is discriminatory and wrong state because the international law give this power. The international law also give power to lawyers to articulate their rhetoric, to be reference when the court say, well, Israel is Jewish state, how can you challenge it? I will say that international law doesn't recognize ethnic states. International law recognizes state for all of its citizens. So in this sense, international law is a matter. International law also a matter that give a moral aspect to the legal argument and encourage the people to continue struggle, and also in some cases ask the states to be accountable about what they are doing. For example, when states are asked to report before UN Committee on Human Rights about the implementation of ICCPR, so they have to refer to their implementation of Article 27. And they have to appear before UN committee and to answer questions. And if you have good media, can cover that and raise the aspects of the debate itself in order to raise consciousness. So international law is not only a matter of direct consequences. We cannot judge international law in a political question based on their direct consequences, whether can solve tomorrow the problem or no. We have to see it by different levels. Level how it affects the people, how it affects their struggle, how challenge the states. When the state has to answer UN committee is a big challenge. How international law helps lawyers to articulate their arguments. When you lived as a lawyer in apartheid regime or under apartheid regime, the apartheid regime doesn't give you good tools to defend your rights. So your reference should be rely on other legitimate reference. The other legitimate reference is the international law. Like if the apartheid regime in South Africa started to be weakened internationally and be criticized internationally, when international law start to be and human rights start to be strong in the world. But when international law and human rights was weak in the world, the apartheid regime was perceived as very good, progressive even regime, and the only democracy in Africa. This is how it was perceived. So due to the awareness of international human rights law, started to see in the 80s the problem of the apartheid regime in Africa, in South Africa. So international law is a matter, although doesn't give me immediate solution to many issues. Hannah, I can continue if Hannah wants me.
Thank you, Mr. Hassan. Thank you.
Oh, wow. Let's go.
Yes, can we give the floor? Thank you very much, Gabriel, for that explanation. Can we ask Mona to take the floor, please? Mona Silavi.
Yes, hello.
Hi, Mona.
Yes, yeah, I thank you, Dr. Hassan, for your intervention. It was really interesting because most of the time when we talk about the right of minorities, sorry, I didn't introduce myself. I am Mona Silavi. I'm from Ahwazi Arab minority in Iran. Not much people know about us, but we are also Arab-speaking community in Iran, mostly in south and southwest of Iran, next to the Iraqi and Kuwaiti border and Arab Gulf. So most of the time when we talk with the states, they try to even deny the existence of the minorities. For example, in the definition of minority, when we talk, they say all of us Iranian. But what that means when we say all of us Iranian, if the citizenship or the identity of Iran is based on one religion, one language, one flag. So, and also the idea of minority that I would have liked to speak about it. Sometimes a community is not really small in number, but they become minority because they marginalize them. I will give a personal experience about that. For example, in my own region, Arabs are majority, but in most of the movement, even though, for example, let's say in university movement or a student movement, I would have participated. The mass participant are the Arab students, but when it becomes to the leadership, most of us step down and we allow for a Persian speaking or Farsi speaking person to get the leadership. Why? Because we know that if I get arrested as an Arab, I will be facing more severe sentence in the court. And I will be facing, maybe I am a separatist. But then the Persian speaking, they would have only facing in the court the fact that he created a movement. So I really like when we talk about the concept of definition of minorities, how we define minorities within the countries, and especially how we enforce countries to actually admit that they have minorities and they do not try to hide behind the idea of or concept of citizenship. Thank you very much.
Can I refer first? If the face of Mona will continue to be, I will be happy. I want to say something. Hannah, you are in mute.
Yes, let's listen to the gentleman who wanted to take the floor before I ask the presenters to respond. Yes, gentleman, please unmute yourself.
شكرا لكم هل تسمعوننا؟
نعم.
أنا نعمان الحذيفي رئيس المجلس الوطني للأقليات في اليمن، وهذا المجلس يضم الطائفة اليهودية والمسيحية والبهائية والسود في اليمن والمولدين أيضا. هذه الفئات الأربع، الأقليات الأربع تعاني فعل عنصري بشكل فج يعني. ودليل على ذلك بأننا أيضا لم نتحصل على أن الحكومة اليمنية رفضت منحنا ترخيص للمجلس الوطني للأقليات في اليمن. تحدث زميلي فؤاد الصلوي عن وضع المهمشين أيضا باعتبارهم أكبر أقلية في اليمن، قوامهم 12% من سكان اليمن. هذه الفئات وهذه الأقلية في اليمن من ذوي البشرة السمراء لا يسري عليهم القوانين اليمنية. نحن نعم في القانون اليمني مواطنين، لكننا عندما نذهب إلى القضاء وعندما نذهب إلى مؤسسات الدولة لا نجد إنصافا. كثير من بناتنا يتم اغتصابهن ولا يتم معاقبة مرتكبي هذه الجرائم. أيضا قبل أيام منع السود من دفن موتاهم، وتم إطلاق رصاص على أحد أبنائنا لأنه أراد أن يدفن ابنته في مقبرة، وقالوا هذه المقبرة خاصة بالبيض ولا يحق لكم أن تقبروا فيها. يعني وضع مؤسف نحن في اليمن. كل ما أرجوه من من هذا المنتدى أن يتضمن توصيات واضحة وصريحة فيما يتعلق بالعنصرية في اليمن. نحن في اليمن بشكل عام كأقليات نعاني من التمييز العنصري على أساس العرق، على أساس اللون، على أساس الإثنية واللغة والدين، وبالتالي نحن نسعى جاهدين في المجلس الوطني للأقليات برغم أننا لم نحصل على رفضت الحكومة اليمنية الاعتراف بهذا المجلس باعتبار اليمن لا تعترف أن هناك أقليات. ونتمنى من هذا المنتدى أن يخرج بتوصيات تساعدنا كثيرا على المضي قدما كأقليات مضطهدة في اليمن بأن يكون لنا كيانا موحدا. نحن أردنا من خلال هذا الكيان أن نجسد المفهوم الحقيقي للتعايش والسلام بين الأقليات. أرجو من هذا المنتدى أن يضع في الاعتبار هذا الهاجس وهذا الحق القانوني الذي كفلته لنا مواثيق الأمم المتحدة والإعلان العالمي بحقوق الأشخاص المنتمين إلى أقليات. نحن نطالب المنتدى ونطالب المقرر المعني في التدخل لمنحنا هذا الحق في أن نعبر عن أنفسنا. شكرا لكم أحبائي.
Any other, before we go back to the presenters, any other interventions? No? Doctor, please, you have the floor to respond.
First, I will refer to Mona. Me and Mona are belonging to the only.
You are on mute.
I am not in mute. I am okay, right? Not in mute. You hear me? Do you hear me? Hello. Yes. You hear me?
Dr. Jabarine, you're just very quiet. I'm not sure why. Have you selected an interpretation button at the bottom?
نعم نسمعك. نعم.
Now you hear me, all of us, all of you. Hannah, you hear me? Hannah, I want to hear Hannah.
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Okay. Thank you. About what said, me and Mona are the only group in the world that we defined ourselves as Arab, first as an Arab. And it was a good opportunity to hear you, Mona. And really, we said we are the Arab minority. And all the time I said, we, the Palestinians inside Israel, are the only group that defined themselves first Arab, until I start to read about the Hawaz case and to find that also you said first we are Arab. And I will be happy if anyone or Mona, we can find the contact, because we are not in the same conference in physical, like contact email or anything, in order to share experiences. And anyone, if that can make the contact between us after this, I will be happy. About the issue that you raised, and Nu'man, it's similar issue that we find it legally in Article 27. Article 27 of ICCPR, it started first by saying in those states that are existing minority live. And now the first legal question is to answer, the state should answer that whether there is existing national, ethnic, religious, culture minority live there. So we know about many states that they refuse to recognize. Egypt for a long time, they didn't recognize that the Copts as a religious group, because national reasons, all of us Egyptians, and we don't want fragmentation, our identity, and they called it Ta'ifiyya. But this reason is different than the reason of the Yemen against Nu'man group and Iran against Mona group. Against Mona and Nu'man here, in order to deny their existence and to deny that they have to recognize their group rights. And in fact, unlike the case of Egypt, Mona and Nu'man, even if they want to be part of the dominant group, they cannot be part of the dominant group. And they are excluded twice. They are excluded because they are Arabs in Ahwaz or racial and ethnic religious minorities in Yemen. And they are excluded also by recognizing them as different groups. Like in one hand, the states exclude them because they are different group. And the second step, the state doesn't recognize them group rights as a different group. So this is an issue. I think it's important, and I will share the case of Al-Ahwaz and the case of minorities, that Nu'man issue, that to start to put it on the national, in the international level, and reports to start to write about those groups. Al-Ahwaz is not known yet in the international arena, and it's important to be. And the different groups that Nu'man mentioned, they are not known. Now I see that Nu'man will have problem now, because like the case of Yemen now facing a huge crisis, that also he won't have a space to raise his issue, but it's important to start to raise those subjects and to put them on the level of international arena.
Thank you very much, Dr. Jabare. Do we have any other interventions? Do we? Agnes, do you want to say something before I sum up?
I still want to go back to what I presented on the strength of having very strong institutions, implementation capacity. I mean, implementation strength by ensuring functional and strong institutions. It's very important because it is what supports the implementation of the declaration, and also they create the basis for engagement. I did not have at the beginning. I never had the opportunity of looking at the strength of civil society engagement with the mechanisms existing at the UN or at the African level. And I think we need to look at that because, for example, Hannah, you know very well that the role played by civil society at operationalizing and strengthening the role of the African Commission, it cannot be underestimated. And I'm sure the same thing applies to the UN. So those institutions help to bring closer the declaration to the minorities, and to create spaces for the minorities to engage. And to me, that is very important because across Africa, where I am, one of the biggest challenges is even visibility of minority issues. They are simply not visible, both to the government, who are supposed to be implementing, I mean, complying and reporting on the existing frameworks, and also to the civil society actors who are supposed to support the process and support the frameworks in place. So I think we need to see that one happening. And another thing I would also want to see, and which a lot of civil society are working on, UN Human Rights is working on, we need to intensify awareness platforms, innovative programs for creation of awareness on the declaration.
Hello, could you hear me, please?
On the rights of minorities.
Hello.
Basically, that would be my contribution. With someone else.
You are done? I see Mona, you have your hand up.
Yes, if I'm allowed to give another comment, thank you very much, Dr. Hassan. Yes, another thing that also it is really important, I think, with the minorities, it's a right to auto-identification that so many times also the states imposing some definition on minorities. For example, in the case of Ahwazi Arabs or other minorities in Iran, they interpret the history the way they want. For example, they say, you are not really an Arab, you are only Arab speaking. You used to be Aryan, or because of whatever happened in the history, suddenly 5 million people start to speaking Arabic. So this is also an issue when the states want to interpret the collective right of minorities like that. For example, Iran is really far away from being a country, a really homogeneous country. We have at least 5 or 6 ethnic minorities that they do have their own language, but always Iran tries to define them as being Aryan, but for some reasons, because the Turks attack Iran, we start to have Turks, and because the Arab entered Iran, so some Iranian become Arab speaking. So this is really important to respect the minorities when they want to define themselves, how I want to define myself. So we went further as saying that, okay, maybe until yesterday I wasn't Arab, but now I decide to be Arab, and it shouldn't be really to a state to tell me who you are and define me. And I think it is really important to really be inclusive in a definition of citizens of the states. Thank you.
Thank you very much. If I don't see any other hand up, perhaps, Sean, can I close the panel?
Yes, if you have nothing further for Dr. Jabareen or Agnes, then yes, please.
Yes, and then I close Agnes. Doctor, do you have anything else to add to conclude a message? No? We must all agree.
I can say about yes.
Okay.
The history, yes, is very important. All the time, like the dominant group, try to give interpretation to the history of the minorities, and this is why we have all the time struggle about narratives, and this is part of the struggle itself. And if the dominant group accept the narrative of the minority, then we can say that there is no conflict. So because they disagree with you, Mona, this is why you live in a conflict.
And also contextualizing the discussion, Hannah, contextualizing the discussion on who is a minority and the self-identification principle. For example, in Africa, still you have a lot of confusion between the use of indigenous and minorities, that some activists actually also get into the confusion, and you will hear indigenous minorities, because the state will live more, sometimes the states prefer to use the word indigenous, sometimes they are not comfortable with the word minorities. So it needs a lot of, to me, it is something, it's a gap in terms of information, provision of information, and maybe extra need for investigation, research, into some of the concepts and how they are contextualized in different areas, and what would be the agreement, the negotiation point for helping governments understand, as well as institutions understand the different contexts to be able to reach a consensus. So in Africa, Hannah, you know, the working group on indigenous recently expanded and they added the focus on minorities. But still, there is that understanding of even having the two combined in one. You need to help states understand which is which I think it calls for more work in research and availability of that information shared widely.
Okay, that was a marathon because this particular panel was supposed to be composed of 4 speakers. But with the 2 speakers, we've more than enough information coming from our 2 able and distinguished speakers. Some of the main highlights are that 1, the fluidity of the definition of minorities is something that is presenting a challenge. And then it's also emphasized that it is the responsibility of states to ensure that the minorities are recognized, and it is also important that their rights are promoted and protected. Other main point that I wanted to highlight is that policies and programs relating to minorities should be inclusive, and they should be included as citizens and ensure that their rights are promoted and protected. The use of international instruments to strengthen the issues on the table is also very crucial. One of the main points that came out again is the need to engage, and this is a recommendation, to engage civil society and other stakeholders in the implementation. We know that there are enough policies, there are enough declarations, there are enough instruments, but then if they are not enough to galvanize states to recognize minorities, then there is a need to ensure that a more legally binding document is put in place. We also need to ensure that there is more protection, yes, and more promotion, as well as more collaboration between the different stakeholders, and to ensure that implementation becomes a reality. And it is only when implementation becomes a reality that minorities will be able to enjoy their rights as promulgated in the different instruments that have been put in place. So those are some of the highlights of this discussion. There are many others, but let me take this opportunity on behalf of the organizers to thank the panelists for a very fulfilling time with us, and to have given us an overview of the different systems and mechanisms for minorities, and also an overview of what happens at the national level, at the regional level, and the international level, and a call for more engagement, a call for more participation of minorities, and a call for their recognition, their promotion and protection. Thank you very much, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, and I hand over to Anna Maria. Thank you.
Oh, I didn't really want to speak. I would just like to thank you, everyone, and to you, Hannah, No one thanked you, so now it's our turn to thank you for the excellent moderation and for the very, very interesting and meaningful presentations on different minority situations in Africa and the Middle East, which need urgent attention. Thank you very much. And goodbye.
Ooh, my presentation.